Alright.
Man, I tell you what, fucking, we should have recorded our little conversation earlier too.
I know. I'm sitting here trying to think if I can remember everything we talked about.
Well, we will remember it in a new way.
Exactly.
That's all that matters. All that matters. In the
I know. I
new
think I'm
way.
gonna just start having OBS up and just start hitting record whenever we're talking just to have it. Okay,
Or
you're
whenever we
on.
specifically talk about politique.
Yup. The feckin' fibs dem leader.
The feckin' fibs. What are you saying, Kayla? What
For
what language are you speaking right now?
for
What?
real.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I take full responsibility for Kayla.
It's all right. So before we just jump right into everything, is there anything you want to briefly bring up, or anything you wanted to talk about before we get into today's show?
Um, Reminder, starting in January, I will be splitting mine and Willie's show from 1 day to 2 days, possibly. Shorter day schedules instead of 2 hours, 1 hour. I believe that's it. If you guys aren't in either Hirsch's or my Discord, we've got movie nights that are probably going to be coming up. Thanksgiving holidays are coming, so I know everybody's going to kind of feel down and out. And if you don't feel welcome, please, please, please ask to join one of our Discords and come hang out with us and pretty much feel like family. This is what we do every day, so don't feel afraid to ask to be a part of it. Kayla, you don't count. You suck.
Yeah, you are a poo poo head. But yes, no, definitely. I definitely will be trying to find a way to stream my favorite Thanksgiving movie. Yes, there is a Thanksgiving movie. And not the
Oh,
horror movie that's called Thanksgiving. Even though that was funny, that movie was fucking hilarious. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Great, great,
okay.
great Thanksgiving movie. And John Candy. I mean, you know, the legend,
Legend.
legend. Sorry, mate. It's the British coming out of me, or the fucking Fid Dems later. But I still don't comprehend what you were saying.
I think she was talking
Even
about the Democratic Party leader in Georgia, like she's been talking about.
oh, John Candy was such a treasure, really was. Um,
Agreed.
for me, tomorrow we are going to be doing an episode. We're going to be talking about everyone's favorite topic at Thanksgiving. Just to tie it in with that, haha. Immigration. We're going to be talking about immigration. We are also going to be having a special guest,
Yeah.
my brother, and
Yeah.
he is part of a podcast. I'm forgetting the name at the moment, but they are available on most podcast platforms. Him and a couple other people, they get on. They talk about local. That's what it was. All politics is local is the name of it. If you guys want to look it up, but they talk about obviously politics, which is in the name, but they talk about it how it's important from a local perspective and kind of give insight on different levels of it without giving away too much. Each of them have worked in one way or another, whether it's directly with campaigns or political parties in general. So if that is something you're interested in, definitely give a listen to. A lot of great perspectives. They have a handful of episodes that are out right now. They do a great job of working on editing, all that stuff. So definitely go check them out. All
Do it.
politics is local, available on all podcast platforms.
Yeah, do you have a link that I can put into the chat, possibly?
I can pull one up here in a little bit.
Okay, no problem.
I'll pull one up here in a minute. But yeah, other than that,
That's fine.
no major updates, and I think we can just kind of jump into today's show. Now, one of the main concepts, one of the main things that we're going to be going through today is kind of like a 101's course. Um, right now, there obviously is a lot of animosity, there is a lot of confusion and a lot of rhetoric that gets thrown around that often gets interpreted the wrong way. And I think instead of the old way of doing things, which is just saying, "Oh, we're just too stupid. Learn it. Be better." It is important for people to kind of step in and offer a moment of teaching, but one that's not in a condescending way, one that's in an open way, which is something that we're trying to do here. And it kind of hit me that what better place to do it than on Twitch, a platform where I think a lot of people are interested in politics, whether they admit it or not, whether they know it or not. I think a lot of people are interested in politics. They just haven't heard it in a way that is easy for them to connect with, or their interpretation of what politics is completely different from what the actual definition of it is. And Jimmy, I didn't know if there's anything you wanted to add to that.
Nope. I'm
But
excited.
so this first part of today's episode, we're going to be talking about the concept that we've been hearing from both conservative and Democrats, specifically Democrats right now, that are, we need to make politics fun. It's, not that many people are showing up. Voter turnout is always really, really low. It's really hard to get people engaged with politics. And a lot of the response has been, well, we just need to make it more fun. So we're going to be watching a couple videos of that. And here's the first one. Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader, which I believe is over in UK. I believe he's the Dem leader in the UK.
Yeah,
And now,
and
as leader of the
uh,
party, you
to start it off with, just to give everybody kind of a context of what's going on here, earlier today we had kind of discussed, like, I had brought up the situation of how in the world of academics, the people that are not fully academic but are in the world of it, we kind of try to figure out ways to make the masses, the people of voters, have fun with politics. What are certain ways, so these kind of start off videos are kind of like an explanation of how the quote unquote elitist or politicians or people that are in power in general are trying to figure out ways to make it look fun for the regular base of voters, and how they perceive, we want it to be fun. This is kind of a beginning discussion that we were having this morning of, should politics even be fun? Like, is that the way to go?
Yeah, and is even the framing of that question something that should be dismissed, or should it be something that we examine closer?
Right.
And we'll get into that a little bit more, but we'll go ahead and start off with the first video. Once again, Ed Davey, Liberal Dem leader over in the United Kingdom. For
Mhm.
Queen, for country.
you've been seen in the news going down roller coasters, falling off paddle boards, and on water slides. Why are you taking that approach?
I think it's really important that politicians take the concerns
Hold on. Yo, look at this man. Look at this man. He's living
of
life.
voters
Yep.
really seriously. But I don't
You know how that doesn't resonate with fucking voters? You know why this isn't a good idea? Because nobody else is having fun. They see this dickhead in a suit doing the things that they can't afford to do anymore, and it's like, oh, cool, thanks.
think they should take themselves too seriously.
Fucking dickhead.
And it's also, I'll be really frank with you, it's a way of engaging people. I've been in politics a while, and I've just noticed that, if you stand there in a suit with a lectern, it's a bit of a turn off. And so showing that one can have fun as well as making serious points, I think, is a different way of doing politics.
And now, as
Okay, so Jimmy, I'll let you start off because this is one of the videos that you wanted
Mhm.
to have shown.
Yeah,
So go ahead.
this is kind of just showing the world that I'm kind of involved in this academic kind of elitist world that I have dived into. And this is kind of the framework that they put out of, like, the way to make it look fun is showing that I'm doing fun things. There's no substance, there's no issues. Like you were saying, we're not having fun. Yeah, he's on a roller coaster and he's laughing and, having a blast, but we aren't. This is how their thinking process is. This is how they see themselves reaching out to the base, is by doing this with no actual substance.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, okay. No, I wasn't sure. So my whole argument for this attitude specifically, so like let's here we go. Here's a good freeze frame. My whole attitude is this. He had said something specifically along the lines where he had mentioned, we just don't have the engagement. We don't engage, and this is a good way to engage with people.
Yep.
And it's a very good highlight of just how out of touch
Yes.
academia is when it comes to the not just the wants and ideas of the average person, but the frustrations. And right now we're seeing liberals operate under, you know, early 2000s politics with the, conception of like people are having less vacations and, barely scraping by, but, they'll make it. And they're still kind of operating on that idea, right? Where they're not addressing main issues. It's just like, oh, well, things are going to get better. Just kind of hold on. And it's like, no. It's not about a vacation anymore. It's not about going to the fucking water park. I can't get groceries.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the shit that's frustrating because it is a complete dismissal of people's material needs and reinforcing this notion that like consumerism is the only remedy for any ailment that you have, but they neglect to understand why people aren't consuming as much as they used to, and it's hitting everybody in the face. It's because people can't afford it. People are earning less, making less money
Right.
compared, removing inflation compared to years past versus the cost of living. People are making less money than they have in a long time.
Right.
The price of apartments, the price of rent, the price of mortgages have been continuing to skyrocket. These are real issues, and those are real ways that you can engage with people is by addressing their actual concerns and things that actually affect them. Because I think a lot of people, and just have a conversation with somebody that's a friend of yours, and just ask them if they're worried more about a vacation or if they're worried about whether or not they can pay a bill or if they can get a couple extra groceries. And I'll tell you, the majority of them are going to be worried about the bills and groceries. They're going to say vacation. I don't do fuck a vacation. Like, I can't afford that shit. I can't afford to take time off
Mm-hmm.
because then I'll be behind.
Right.
Like, most people have already accepted and abandoned the idea of going on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
And just think about that, because growing up for me, most people who were considered middle class could go on 1 to 2 vacations a year. Like one really big vacation, where they go across the country or maybe they go out of country, and then one small vacation, like out of state, a state or two away. People
Right.
can't even go on one. They can't even go on a small vacation. They can't even afford to go visit family during the holidays.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
You
but
know what?
that's the whole
Go
reason
ahead.
why this whole debate and this whole topic was really important to even bring up and put onto an episode for today was um the showing, like, so when, like, what I was talking about earlier today, when you're kind of the middleman in between, like, I would say, the academic world and, let's say, the activist world, which is a lot of the voter base. When you're kind of in between those and you're getting a lot of the stuff from the academic world, you kind of start to realize that this is how they perceive things. They don't want to understand the base. They do this kind of virtue signaling, this kind of for show, like, I'm having fun, even though, I'm not talking about the issues, because they can't familiarize themselves with the activist voter base. And that's why, like I was saying just a minute ago, this was such a great topic, because there's people like me out there who are in between, that are trying to take this academic verbiage and understanding and trying to, I hate the word dumbing down, but like more palatable, easier to digest for the regular people, to make it fun. And a lot of us really fuck up, like we were talking about, the Pokemon Go to the polls, Kamala Harris using Beyonce. Like, this is the kind of fun entertainment that the elitists think that the regular people want, but it's not. It's the substance is like was what I've been learning today, and what I'm starting to realize that the people really want. And that's been a hard thing to try to kind of figure out is understanding that these elitist academics, they understand, how things work, and they have a lot of really good things to say, but they're in their own little bubble, and we're trying to figure out a way to pop those bubbles so that we can mesh those two together. But with shit like this man that we see here, that's a lot of that virtue. This is their idea of entertainment for politics, and it's the wrong fucking way.
Yeah. And and just to kind of reiterate of some of my sentiment from earlier, I think it's very dismissive to try to frame, politics as, being fun. It's not entertainment,
Right.
right? Like, if you want entertainment, go watch WWE, go watch sports, whatever.
Right.
Politics is not about fun. It's not about entertainment. It's about people's lives and the way that they're affected and the way that institutions either protect or neglect them. And when when you're specifically saying things along the lines of we need to make politics more fun, it's indirectly saying two different things. One thing that it's saying is to the people who are currently dealing with like real hardships, like not shit that I've heard, people say like, oh, white people are under attack and like there's white racism, not that shit, but like people were actually like legislation getting passed where they're not going to have access to health care because they may be gay, they may be trans, they may be this, they may be that. Um, you know, legislation where if you're brown, ICE or the border patrol can just stop and frisk you and cuff you and take you to a black site and not have to give you rights and just hold you for however long they want to and just deport you if they decide to.
Mm.
Um, these are issues that they're saying with this statement. Like, yeah, that's not really, you know, that's boring. That's kind of like negative vibes, dude. You're bringing the vibes down.
Mhm.
And you know, the other side of that is when you're saying, fun is you're trying to appeal to people whose rights aren't under threat, right? You're trying to appeal towards people who are operating from a point of privilege. And I know a lot of people are turned off by that word or that idea of privilege, but privilege is real, whether or not you like it, whether it hurts your feelings. And it's an idea that focuses so much on them and it's dismissing the people who need to be helped. So it's a double slap in the face.
Mhm.
So that's my main issue with it. And politics shouldn't be fun. If you have to try to find entertainment out of advocating for rights for everybody, then you're in the wrong thing and you should not be involved in it. And that's not me trying to be gatekeepy, that's not me trying to be condescending. It's just when it comes to politics isn't uh culture war bullshit the way that's been interpreted from the average American voter, right? Like politics isn't, Black Mermaid or White Jesus or Mexican Santa. It's none of that shit. That's not politics, right? Like that is just culture war bullshit. That is just divisiveness. Politics is like you are working two jobs and you can barely afford the small apartment in a really shitty neighborhood at a job that you have to drive 30, 40 miles to every single day total. Like that's
Right.
politics.
Right.
Your boss making 10 times more than you, that's politics. Jobs that used to be there for people, like your parents or your grandparents, and high paying ones at that, not being here, that's politics. That shit that's affecting you. People not having access to textbooks in school, that's politics.
Yep.
So I think there's just been such a bastardization of just politics itself. And then, what we're going to go into today, just the definitions of things that revolve in politics. Uh,
Hmm.
before we go to the next video, is there anything that you wanted to add to Mr. Divey Boy?
No, I definitely agree with you. A lot of us can, jump into a pool of water that's not familiarizing yourself with the voter base. Um, I think a lot of these politicians definitely see themselves as celebrities, um, and use this kind of thing of like, I put my underwear and my pants on with my right and left foot, just like you, when they're not celebrities, they're not gods, they're not superstars. They are just like us. We don't see them as any different. If anything, we see them with the power that they're just manipulating and controlling and taking advantage of. So I think that this kind of form of entertainment was definitely really bad politics. Lost the plot on that one for sure.
So here's my thing. You want to make politics fun? Here's a fun way. Hirsch just came up with a great idea. Maybe it'll save America. You ready for this, Jimmy? You
Sure.
ready for this shit? Here's an
Sure.
entertainment idea. Politicians have to live like the average constituent in their state. So whatever the average medium income is for their constituency, that's how much money they're going to have for their budget. But wait, it gets better. It's not just for a week, it's not just for a month or a year. Oh, no, no. That's too easy. It's going to be for 4 years to represent the American experience in elections. So they get to deal with the aftermath of the previous election and they get to deal with the fucking stress and the anxiety from a new election coming up. And
Hmm.
and they have to find housing. They don't get to get help because, they're going to get the average median income, which is going to be above the poverty requirement for most social safety net programs. So they're not going to have any assistance. They're going to have to do it. They're going to have to be able to afford it, or they'll have to be homeless, no help, off camera. I
Hmm.
think that would be very fucking entertaining. I think that would be more engaging with the voter base than this shit. Because people would love to see politicians who tell them what is, the best thing for them have to live their fucking life. I think that would be pure peak content.
Agree.
We need
I think
that.
that'd be great.
Fucking,
Yeah,
you know what? TV executives, hit me up. Let me know
for
what's
real.
up.
For real.
Holler at your boy.
Like real
Holler
Squid
at your
Games, but
boy.
for politicians.
Exactly. But like, they don't have to like fight each other or nothing. It's just they have to fucking live
Live.
like normal people
Yep. I like
and
it.
see just how inefficient American government is and infrastructure is. And instead of
Yep.
revolving to the ideas of like a conservative, like, let's just get rid of everything and let people decide. Like, let's just fix them. Let's
Yep.
make it better.
Yep. I
Fox
agree.
News Saturday night
Crazy,
is
I
taking
know.
on the
So
biggest
really quick
challenge
on
I have
this
ever.
right before you start this up. All right, everybody, I just want you all to go on a little quick journey with me, okay? Now, what we just
Take a
talked
trip.
about, yeah, take a trip with me really quick, all right? Just this morning, I was on just what we were talking about in the first part of this, which was trying to figure out a way to make politics fun, all right? You're on this journey with me. I'm trying to find research on how to make politics fun. And what did I find? A beautiful Fox News video. What did I think? If anyone's going to show us how fun politics is and maybe a little bit ridiculousness, it's going to be Fox News. But what no, what did Fox News do? Prove Hirsch's point 100%. All right, roll the clip.
Jimmy Fallon, dude. Shout out to him. This is fun. Guy Fieri haircut,
Yeah, but he
coat with a
proves
t-shirt underneath.
oh, he proves your point though so fucking much. Enjoy this
Faced
journey.
making politics fun again.
Yo,
But can it be
make
done?
America great
Take a
again. Make
look.
politics fun again.
The New Hampshire primaries are in the books, and Donald Trump and Joe Biden seem destined for a rematch.
NPFA, dude.
But if you were to ask most Americans, they'd rather see a 2020 rematch of Joe Exotic and Carol Baskin from Tiger King. I'm going to hit the streets of New York and find out a way to spice up our elections to keep the next 10 months from becoming must-flee TV. Come on, let's go. How do we make politics fun? We got a presidential election
Oh,
coming
great.
up. Do we need a
I can already tell this is like one of the most New York looking ladies I've seen. This is gonna be great.
show, karaoke. What do we do?
We just need to tell the truth.
We need to tell
Ooh.
the truth. Look at me.
Ooh.
Do I look like I know the truth? If
Right?
people were being honest with me, they wouldn't have let me out of the house in this outfit.
Very good
So
point.
there's
How they
one.
make
There's
me
one
want-
really, really, really good example. The first question that was asked with an actual answer, they just need to tell the truth. There's one real answer. Yep.
Yeah, just admit how shitty things are.
Yep.
So people can know that you're not trying to bullshit them.
Right. So you're asking a regular person a real question. How do you make politics fun? The answer they're going to say, tell the truth, is the first answer. Ah, man, just keep on with this journey.
Good time.
Well, you have to make them laugh.
This guy wants balloons. So you're like a helium balloon guy? This guy is...
Yo, this motherfucker's trying to get high over here. He's like, he knows. He fucking knows over there. He knows I like to get the balloons.
Oh,
and hop
God.
that fucking helium, dude, and get fucking high as shit.
trying to score whippets in Times Square. Bicycle race.
Bicycle race.
He says a bicycle race. All right, you're in charge of picking up Biden.
Let's go.
Good luck, brother.
I think what would be so much fun is if everybody actually knows what
What the fuck is this dude wearing in the background?
I
we're
didn't
voting
even.
for.
Uh-uh.
I think that
Yo, what the fuck is going on?
Okay. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Back it up though, because this
Dude.
is another really like a legit answer from someone.
she
I
knows
know.
what we're voting for.
Uh-uh.
I think that would be so much fun. She knows what we're. I think what would be so much fun is if everybody actually knows what we're voting for.
Uh-uh.
I think.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yes, if we know what we're voting for. I've had so many. So, obviously, everybody who knows me knows I'm a political person. I talk politics. I don't shy away from it. I like making people uncomfortable. It's one of my favorite pastimes. And naturally, with that, I have a lot of friends who, you know, when it comes to election time, they'll message me and they'll kind of ask me questions. And one of my good friends, I'm not going to name any names, but one of my good friends had messaged me, and they were like, "Hey, I'm at the voting booth right now, and I have no fucking idea who like half of these names are, and a lot of people are running like against no one, so it's just like, do I leave it blank? Do I do this? Do I do that?" And they're all questions that it's like, no, that's actually a really good question. What do you do if there's just one person you don't, you know, you want to make sure that you don't vote for them, or you do want to vote for them and you want to make sure that it counts, or, you know, it's not a dumb question. It's, if you're not used to voting, it's good to know these things. Even if you're used to voting, I'm sure a lot of people, the first couple times they voted, they were so nervous, they just kind of went through, bop, 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 looked at what letter was next to a name and went on their way. The failure of local governments and local government politicians to show, teach, and embrace understanding of, you know, voting day, electoral politics, it's disturbing, it's disheartening, and it's something that I do hope is addressed. Jimmy and I have talked about before. I think one of the greatest things any political party can do that's going to try to challenge a weak Democratic Party right now, starting up programs that actually affect people, you know, so meal programs, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if there's anything you wanted to add real quick.
No, I mean, this is just, yeah, this was the second answer. I mean, the two before, you know, this guy suggested balloons and then this guy suggested the bicycle race. But this girl answered the question, you know, what makes politics fun if we knew what we were voting for? So, you know, when people actually are answering the questions in this video, they're actually saying substantive things instead of, you know, balloons and a bicycle race and that, you know, the things that this Fox News reporter is kind of giving them answers to kind of go with to you know make it more fun. But if you're actually asking these people on the streets, their real answers are going to be substantive answers like this girl. And there's answer number 2 in my checkbox of the people that actually
Dude,
really did answer.
I wish you would have fucking asked this guy what would make politics more fun, because I want to know what his fucking answer is. I'm really curious about this gentleman right here. I want to know. Like, is he some sort of like wizard?
Yes,
Because
he
he's
has.
got like the fucking like the hat.
Yeah,
And
he's
got the
getting
robe,
ready to
the
give her a
cloak.
side quest. She just has to finish the main quest storyline right now.
Yeah. No, but 100%. And I'm glad that she brought that up, because like I was saying, it's just you have a lot of people who, they don't really know what they're voting for. They just kind of go through the motions and they vote down ballot for whatever party that they're, voting for.
Right.
And you don't know who, who's that for. And I think before social media and things like TikTok, a lot of politicians, especially local ones, had the excuse of like, oh, well, we just don't have the money. We just don't have the outreach. Where now with social media, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Threads,
Yep.
Bluesy, you don't really need a shit ton of money. You just need a little bit, and that's something you can get from grassroots donations. And that's just stuff you can get from actually doing some sort of actual, activism, programs, what name you. So
Yep.
I'm really glad that she said that. Shout out to her, because yeah, we need a lot more literacy when it comes to voting day politics.
I think that would be so much fun.
Yeah, but now you need me to read books and stuff. I don't like your idea at all.
I don't like your deal at all. I want to watch fucking podcasts about Rome.
I was hoping for like a game of beer pong. Now I got homework.
One more party.
Okay.
Not,
One
not,
more
not
party.
two sides. For the fun one.
Yes,
The one.
the keg party.
Yeah.
The keg party.
Yeah, this
We-
is party.
the keg party in America means you get a keg of beer and you drink it and you're the fun party. Would you vote for the keg party? I am huge in Lithuania. You heard it here first. What do they do with elections in Senegal?
Yeah, like wrestling?
Yeah, oh, wrestling, that's cool.
Yeah, wrestling, why not?
So you want a presidential wrestling match?
Yeah, President Biden,
Uh-huh.
and why not with Trump?
But Biden would lose to his own shadow.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't think he's tough, but I think Trump is out of shape too. I don't look at, but Trump was in WrestleMania.
Yeah,
He was in WrestleMania with like he hit a dude.
And you know what?
Uh-huh.
Trump is a more crazier one.
He's the craziest dude, right?
But anyway,
Yo, this motherfucker just said Trump is more crazy. He understands what's going on, but people in America can't. Like, what the fuck's going on? Yo, look at this dude right here, his friend though. He's like, yo, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Just get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here. You're talking to a guy that looks like he's a serial killer. He looks like Dexter's cousin. He's going to take us to an alley and kill us. Get the fuck away. Podcast. Princess Kayla, what are you saying podcast to? Yes, podcast. It is a word. They are a thing.
baby love him.
What do you guys do for fun in Jersey?
Everything.
We're on TV, so don't do
Drugs.
the regular stuff. What else do you do?
I don't
Oh!
know. Going
Oh, dude, yo, I was just talking shit, but even he knows, man. Hey, hold on, let's go back for a second.
That was good
So
timing.
don't
That
do
was
the
really good.
regular stuff. What else do you do?
I don't know.
The regular stuff. What else do you do?
Yeah.
From Jersey. Everybody knows. That was so great. I feel so vindicated. I feel so fucking graded. So great. Podcasts can be useful in terms of voter outreach.
Yes.
On a national level, maybe, but local politics, when people are listening to podcasts, a lot of times it's not about local issues that they want to hear about, because that's stuff that they deal with day to day. They want to
Yeah,
hear
I don't
about other shit.
I think when it comes to local politics, podcast can be a help. It doesn't have that much of an outreach, especially locally. And going nationally, if you're working for local, it doesn't really matter. I think what it needs to be happening is the ads need to stop being manipulated depending on your biases or whether you're a Democrat or Republican, because both ads completely pounded in your head 2 weeks before the election every fucking day for 2 weeks, and both sides are saying the complete opposite, and you don't know which one to choose. I think that's a big problem with getting local elections to the voters. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just gonna add to that. I think instead of thinking like podcasts being the response, which a lot of people in the Democratic Party are being like, we need a Joe Rogan.
I know they're
We
like
need
stuck in
ours.
2018 right now. They're like
We
5
need
years
our
behind.
Joe Rogan. It's like, no, you need people on the ground getting your message out. But the only way that that's going to work is if your message doesn't fucking suck. And right now, the Democratic Party's message sucks. It's just a bad message. You can't do anything with it.
Yep.
But if you're running locally and you represent, Democratic ideals, and you're not necessarily like a huge part of, the national party conglomerate, you can get across some of your ideals, and that can be your foot in the door. And then you can just start explaining to people, this is what I do. This is what I want to do.
Yep.
This is what the other person's been doing that hasn't been working. Let me help you out. I mean, shit. My fucking when I lived back in Illinois, the alderman for my district, you know what he did? Him and a couple friends went around every single door in every neighborhood in his district. And you know what he did? He introduced himself. He stated who he was, why he was there, what he's running for, and he would always say, "Can I take some of your time?" And depending on what you said, if you said yeah, he'd sit down with you. He'd ask you what some of your concerns are about the neighborhood. What are some things you think that would improve the neighborhood? What have you tried doing before to improve it? Have you tried contacting the current alderman? How has that worked? What's the process like? Do they only have a phone number? Do they have an email? Or do they, are they old enough to the point where they only use fax? Do they have a Facebook, an Instagram, a Twitter, Snapchat? How do you, he was asking all of these things and pinpointing, what are effective ways of communication? What are people using? And he took all of that and he started running with it. And it was the smartest fucking thing. Because not only did people feel like, hey, someone finally actually wants to listen to me and they're taking time out of their day, but like they're fucking trying to figure out like about me. They care about me and my needs. They took their time, they're asking me, they're giving me their contact information, their personal number, not an office, not a secretary, their personal number. Because that's how it is for local politicians. You don't have no fucking secretary. You don't have no liaison. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're like mayor, maybe. You know what I mean? So that is how you effectively get across. Like, you could go on a podcast all day and talk about, like, well, the real problem is the economic status of the working class. Like, nobody cares, dude.
Yep.
Nobody cares.
Oh, going to the beach, going to the mall.
No, Joe Biden, very good at going to the beach. Donald Trump lives on the water. They're both good at that. So far, so good. Do they then have a surfing contest?
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe like who could build the best sandcastle?
Yo, that coat is ridiculous. It looks like the material that is
How do we make
the
politics
fucking
fun?
rug in my bathroom.
I love it.
Thank you. Very well said.
Donald Trump juggling.
Okay, wait, back
Oh, that
up.
girl
She's
said not pay attention.
He's
Yeah,
juggling
yep.
91 indictments. Listen, thank you very well. He's a developer. How do we make politics fun?
By not paying attention to them.
Thank you very
there's my third one. That's another real legit answer from somebody, not him giving them an answer for them to joke around with and go along with. That was a real legit answer. Just don't get involved. So we've got understanding what we're voting for, for politicians to tell the truth, or just to not get involved in politics alone. Like, there's three answers from real fucking people of what they want from a Fox News station.
Yeah. And, part of you has to wonder why exactly a, woman who isn't white would have resentment towards politics. That's one thing
Exactly.
that people need to ask themselves. That's a whole different concept. But no, and it's definitely one concept to have.
Very well said.
Donald Trump juggling.
Listen, he's
Donald
juggling
Trump
91
juggling?
indictments right now.
Yeah,
He
that
might
man's
be able to
juggling
do it.
dicks every time he dances.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click
Ew,
here
Sean
to
Hannity.
subscribe.
So yeah, like I said, going along in the journey with me, I was in there to try to prove of like ways that a lot of people might want to say how politics are fun, but by watching that, the three only real answers that I got out of that whole ridiculous nothing burger was legit substantive answers about politics that people really want. So there is a real disconnect between the academics and the activists of like what they think is entertainment and what people want to get involved in
Average voter,
politics.
not activist. Sorry.
Huh?
Just wanted to clarify. Average voter, not activist.
Yeah, sorry, yes, average voter, not activist. And that just kind of showed that they don't that there is a separation. That the elitists see that they just want entertainment and the real people want substantive rhetoric.
And Kayla, I just want to follow up really quick. When you say podcasts can be useful in terms of voter outreach, what exactly do you mean? And what examples can you give of ways that the current Democratic Party on the platform that they're operating on would be able to continue voter outreach, and who would their targets be? Because I think that's something that, I shouldn't necessarily ask, but it's something you should ask yourself, especially if you're going to be working alongside the Democratic Party. Like, okay, what is their current platform right now? What's their messaging? What's their stance? Who's it being, focused on? Because I'll tell you right now, it's not going to the left.
No, definitely not.
And the voters that the Democratic Party is trying to reach out to are not people that believe in social individual liberty. It's people that want to take that shit away.
Do you think there is a sign of politics changing at all?
I certainly hope so. I want
God,
to make
just go away.
popular
Go
again.
away,
You know,
Hillary.
I want to get back
Sorry,
to
I'll go
people.
back.
Certainly hope.
Politics changing at all?
I certainly hope so. I want to make boring popular again.
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
I want to get back to people who get up every day and do the job. Don't think that they are entertainers and performers who need.
Okay, this is one of those moments when like one of the worst person you know in the world is fucking right. Like that meme.
Hmm.
And this is it.
Yeah, but
And this is it.
the pot calling the kettle black, says the woman who was running for president that said Pokemon go to the polls.
Yeah, but still, what her message is at least right, and that's really fucking scary.
But
God,
this was after she had already done what she had done in her own campaign. This
oh
was
yeah,
after,
no, for sure.
the same kind of thing that Kamala Harris is doing. So maybe, yeah, Hillary Clinton is right, but the Democratic establishment is not learning this lesson.
Maybe Hillary's trying to posture that she's learned so she can run again. Because this time women can get it done.
Stop now. Stop. Blech. Gross.
It's the truth. It's the truth. Okay, Kayla said a couple things. Create a leftist version of the joke.
I know that's what you were saying earlier. I know. I'm seeing Dems here in Georgia say a return of the working class is needed. The working. Well, what do you mean by the return of the working class? Because the working class never kind of went away. They just got ignored. But okay.
The leftist version of Joe Rogan.
So my
podcast.
question is, Kayla,
Brother,
are you going to do it?
My question is, do you not remember that Kyle Kulinski and fucking Bernie Sanders used to go on the Joe Rogan podcast, and Abby Martin and
That's
fucking
true.
numerous other people, Glenn Greenwald before he went all fucking crazy?
Look, you want to get a kind of a decent kind of podcast like that. I think that, I mean, and he's not even that big. That Walter Masterson guy just started a podcast. I mean, I can see where, if he gets up there to like, Theo Vaughn and all of them, I could see maybe possibly a podcast like that. But like we were saying earlier, that's really 2019. And I think the Democrats are kind of behind the ball on any kind of progressive movement. I think we're past the podcast. I think the podcast realm is more for the bro side of America, and we need to figure out one that more capitulates to the left. And what we're saying right here is we need to, we as lefties really need to figure out a way that um the regular people from our voting base can familiarize themselves with. We can't just keep copying and pasting what the conservatives are doing, because that's going to get their voter base to come in. We've got to listen to the people and what they want.
I don't see how, or rather, you know what I should. My question then, Kayla, would be, what is more effective? Having a podcast with some dude that's from like New York or California that lives in a, big city apartment talking to you about the plight of the average worker? Or would it be a politician who, instead of deflecting away from broken, the broken institutions that are responsible for all of the neglect and pain and suffering people go through. Like, they actually talk about shit that pertains to that, and they don't shy away from it, and they make sure to address people's actual frustrations and say, I'm here for you. What do you think is more, what do you think is going to be better for in terms of outreach? Because it's definitely not going to be the podcast. Because liberalism essentially in itself is an ideology that's kind of guarded and gatekept by the elite. And it's one that's like, well, you're not a true liberal, you're not a true Democrat if you don't have, this college education background and blah blah blah. Like, I've seen numerous Democratic strategists come out and talk about, like, here's an electoral map. If only people with college degrees got to vote. It's like, what you're saying is like straight up authoritarian. Like, what you're saying is really fucking like, fascist and disgusting. You're a moron. You shouldn't be thinking like that. Your first response to losing is like, well, maybe we shouldn't allow people who are poor to vote. Then you're a piece of shit and you were never in it for the right reasons, and we don't need you in the fucking party. Get out. When I was on a Zoom call with my state Dems after the election, they said Dems need to start returning back to a party which reflects the working class. State officials are admitting it. Okay, but like, good luck.
Need to be outrageous and get a lot of attention on social media. So
I wonder who you're referring to.
I'm for
Georgia
the
went
boring,
red.
public servants and government leaders right now.
Bring back boring. Do you think there is a
Bring
sign of
back
politics
boring?
change-
Make America boring again.
Boo.
And you know what that basically is. And here's the reason why Hillary's saying it. So let's do a little bit like media analysis. Media analysis 101 deep dive. The reason Hillary's saying it is because she feels that if there wasn't all of this like focus on celebrity and numbers and things of that nature, she could have won the election.
Nope.
Had she gone just your typical conservative, like tort reform conservative, we need to eliminate the deficit in our budget and we need to make sure that we cut spending, she would have fucking cakewalked, even being as shitty of a politician that she is. 100%. But because of Trump's celebrity and because of the Hollywood aspect that has made its way into politics, she lost horrendously. And people, not just, Hillary Clinton herself, but people like her want America to return to where people didn't give a fuck. They want America to return to like that girl that was in the last part of that video where they're like, just not pay attention. They want people to go back to that. So then that way they can just go back to fucking everybody over. Nobody ever asking why things keep getting shittier, regardless if it's a Democrat or Republican in charge. And they can just keep on going, laughing to the bank because they start some culture war bullshit.
Right. But I mean, that's the reason why a lot of us wanted to figure out a way to make politics fun, because there are people out there saying that they want to make it boring again. And we don't want to make it boring again because the reason why a lot of people aren't getting involved in politics is because it's boring and they don't understand it.
Yeah. And no, and honestly, I'm just going to be straight up for real here, and people can, clutch their pearls with it. But if you leave politics because it's boring, it's not fun, then good riddance. Like, we didn't need you. You weren't in it for the right reasons. Get the fuck out. Because ultimately, like the point I was making earlier, politics isn't just, some game. It's not a movie. It's not a game. It's not a team sport. It's people's lives. It's shit that directly affects people. And the concept and notion of just being like, oh, well, you know what? We got to make it fun. We got to find ways for people to laugh about it. It's like, dude, it's kind of hard to laugh about the idea or concept of like specifically jailing people based off of, their ethnicity or their race
Right.
or their religion. which are,
Right.
ethnicity and race are two separate things. People try to argue that it's not, but it is. So
Right.
suck my
But
butt.
I mean, in a way, it kind of works too, though. I mean, because you got like, the Republicans out there talking about, taking away women's rights and defunding education and shit like that. And then you had Tim Walz out there saying, well, that's weird. And that was fucking great. Like, people love that shit, even though it was for a quick minute. That's what we wanted. It made it fun. Yeah, the Republicans are talking about some really horrible things that even something that, could affect me personally. But hearing him say that's fucking weird, that was enough for me to be like, that's that bare need that like that basic necessity that's like kind of like, okay, yeah, cool. That was cool. I like that. And people will be drawn to that kind of stuff. It didn't make it, politics fun, but it made it interesting for a quick minute.
Yeah, and the reason why is because he addressed the elephant in the room. Because for a long time, people were wanting to just come out and say that their conservative relatives or conservative friends were just a bunch of fucking weirdos or just annoying pieces of shit.
But
And
he made
we
politics
had,
fun.
well, exactly, he made it fun by not brainstorming about how, what can I say? He just said what exactly everybody's been feeling and what everybody thinks. And that's why people had fun with it. Because it's like, yes,
Right.
somebody fucking finally said it. And I feel like I could say it. Because each time, whether it was Hillary Clinton, whether it was even Bernie Sanders, whether it was Biden, whether it was Kamala, all of them operated with this notion of we need a strong Republican Party. We need to reach across the aisle and work with our conservative brothers and sisters. It's just always the same shit.
Yep, I agree. That's why I think that your perception and opinion is very much needed to hear because I think a lot of people don't hear your perspective, your side of what you're trying to say with this. I think a lot of people are stuck in mind of trying to find ways to make it fun and not realizing that something as simple as that's weird could be fun because it's addressing the substance and not having a meeting to have a meeting to have a meeting to try to figure out what's fun for the regular people.
Yeah. Yo, let's have a PowerPoint presentation today and how we can energize poor people.
Man, you don't even know how many meetings I've been in shit like that. Boy, I tell you.
Here, let's do a video of a rich politician having fun at a laser tag place that poor people can't afford.
Yep.
Because that's fun.
Welcome back. Independent
What up,
Senator Bernie
California?
Sanders of
In the
Vermont
his
joins me now.
house.
Senator Sanders, welcome back to Meet the
California
Press.
knows how
Knows
to
how to
party.
party.
Thank you for being here.
You know what? You
on
are
this
from California,
somber
but you are no
Sunday.
fool.
Senator, I'm wondering
You
if
are
you
no
can give
Maybe you
us
are.
your reaction to
I'm
the
the
events
fool.
that unfolded in Pennsylvania yesterday and what you think needs to happen in this country to prevent this horrific, completely unacceptable act of political violence from ever happening again.
Well, Kristen, thanks very much
hold
for
on.
Thank you for being here on
Yep.
this somber Sunday. Senator, I'm wondering if you can give us your reaction to the events that unfolded in Pennsylvania yesterday and what you think needs to happen in this country to prevent this horrific, completely unacceptable act of political violence from ever happening again.
Because there was that shooting, right?
Well, Kristen,
Yeah.
thanks very much for allowing me to be with you today. For a start, I think everybody in this country, no matter what their political
I think it's like pretty
views
much at the
are,
end is the important part.
wishes former President.
Yeah, so just quickly before I skip ahead to try to find that, like, here's a great time to use that argument. How can we try to make the concept of school shootings fun?
Right.
Let's make it fun. No, you don't make it fun. You fucking talk about it and you be honest and real and blunt. Because when you operate from, oh, well, I need to watch my language. I can't call people evil. I can't call people stupid. I can't do this. I can't do that. You're curtailing under this idea of liberalism where it's more important to protect sanctity and to protect institutions than it is to protect people. And
Agreed.
that's a big issue. And it's counter it goes against what your value should be as a leftist.
Yep.
Looks like he put his pants, dude. He has an stinky.
President Biden should pass the torch, whether he should be the standard bearer in your op-ed You say enough of all of that discussion. You say
You
it's
got to skip
time
ahead
to
a little
put
bit.
Drugs.
More.
We are
No, this
rebuilding
is
our
good.
crumbling infrastructure. Finally, I don't. I mean, I think.
that debate, and if so, how?
No, I don't. Look, I don't. I mean, I think President Biden is the strongest candidate the Democrats have. I think he has a
Boo.
very, very effective record that he can run on. We're finally.
See, and here's a great example, okay? Because a lot of people have turned their back on Bernie, and ultimately, I'm not going to like argue and get into that. But
Right.
one example and one reason why it's been so easy for people to turn their back on Bernie, because instead of him saying what he's thinking, what we're thinking, what a lot of people on the left are thinking, instead of just saying Biden is the worst, we need a primary, we need to get somebody who is actually going to have a chance to beat Donald Trump. Instead of saying that, Bernie Sanders was worried about not causing a big divisive bust in the Democratic Party. He didn't want to weaken the party. He didn't want to cause any ruckus, and he wanted to be civil. And that's what civility, that's what all that bullshit gets you. That's what bipartisanship gets you. It
Yeah.
gets you a person who once mobilized and engaged millions of people, regardless of their political ideology, to this now, to where he's been completely
He's burnt out.
not even just burnt out, but almost completely abandoned.
Yeah. Look at
And
him.
that's
He's
kind
the
of that's kind of why he's
fucking
burnt
look of
out.
defeat on his face.
Yeah, he's fucking tired, man.
Lowering the cost of prescription drugs.
Still
We
out
are
there talking about
rebuilding
the
our
issues, though.
crumbling infrastructure. Finally, we're beginning to deal with the existential threat of climate change. We're
Yeah, because when it
trying
comes
to do our
to
best to protect the
look
woman's
at the end
life.
of the day, when it comes to addressing like a lot of domestic stuff, the Democratic Party still does a slightly better job than Republicans. That's not saying much, but they do, especially when it comes to social issues, because because of the 90s movement in the Democratic Party, it started basically becoming the focus of identity politics, but only identity. It abandoned, class identity. And that's where you started seeing the abandonment of unions. That's why you started seeing union density drop. That's why you started seeing wages drop. That's why you started seeing more states go to, right to work.
Right.
Let me see. He did weaken them though. He revealed them to be so right wing he wouldn't let a Suck Dan be president.
Oh, a social deb, I think he meant. Which, I mean, to an extent, I don't think that he personally weakened the Dems. I think the reaction to the movement following him and then the quick fallout of his campaign, and the Dems not doing anything that, is what brought us to Bernie. I think that kind of the Dems kind of revealed it themselves, about themselves to that. I think Bernie just kind of opened up the possibility and the door for more people to join the Dems and for the Dems to expand their policies, but they didn't.
And if you're speaking to if Bernie Sanders weakened the Democratic Party in his first run in 2016, I will agree with you. I will wholeheartedly agree with you. He did weaken them because he called their bluff. He called their bluff and he exposed the Democratic Party for being who they were. The only issue is that during that time there was so much other controversy that it just kind of got brushed aside. It got swept underneath the rug.
Right.
And
And the
again,
name calling too.
and my criticism isn't for Bernie isn't what he did in 2016, and it's not necessarily for abandoning any sort of like ideals, especially when it comes to domestic. It's just the thing that you see every time with somebody who goes to the Democratic Party is the capitulation when it comes to foreign policy. Foreign policy,
Yeah.
regardless if you're Democrat or Republican in the United States, if you want to be successful, it's basically you have to be pro-Israel. And if you're not pro-Israel, you have to be at least willing to just shut the fuck up about it. Like,
Yep.
that's the only way that you can be a successful politician in the United States of America, especially with the power that APAC has, because they brag about it for the past couple of weeks now. They've been
Yeah.
bragging specifically about the hundreds and hundreds of candidates that they specifically got into power to ensure that the lobbying campaign that they're doing is effective and works.
Yep. There's just new TOS fucking uh guidelines in Twitch right now
For
with
Twitch, yeah. You
yeah.
can't call somebody a Zionist. You can't use it as like a pejorative. You have to use it describing it, as a political ideology. But that whole movement is done by Twitch. That was just them copying out and folding the
Yeah.
pressure from the ADL, which it's sickening because there are literally a lot bigger fish to fucking fry right now when it comes to anti-Semitism than somebody talking about Zionism. And if anything, if you really cared about Jewish safety, you would not try to conflate Judaism with Zionism because they
Right.
are not the same thing.
Right.
Because like one of the best examples, you can be a Christian Zionist.
Yep.
It's not exclusive to Judaism at all.
Yep. Toxic birdie bros for life.
For
For
life.
sure.
Yeah, no. And you know what, California though, I'm glad that you brought it up that way because that's something that the Democratic Party said too about the people that supported Bernie. They were
Yep.
all toxic, misogynistic, disgusting Bernie bros. And
Yep.
we don't need your vote. We don't need your vote. I remember it was Chuck Schumer had went on one of the talking shows. He's like, we don't need to get the vote of any of these progressives. We might lose one vote from a progressive, but we'll gain two in the suburbs. Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking didn't work out too well for you, did it, pal?
Nope.
Not the scary door. Back to Bernie.
To control her
What's
own
up,
body.
Russ?
It's a strong record.
Hey, girl.
But what I
Hey.
have been
Hey, girl,
critical of, and I'm seeing good things. I thought President Biden's speech on Friday night was really good. And I think he talked about what he wants to do with a Democratic Congress in the first 100 days of his administration. And, when he talks about expanding Social Security, Kristen, we
That wouldn't
have
have happened.
half of our
He wouldn't have
seniors
had
in
a
this country
Democratic Congress.
are living on less than $30,000 a year. We got to improve benefits, and we do that by lifting the cap. You got millions of seniors who can't afford to go to a dentist. We have to expand Medicare to include dental, hearing, and vision. Workers who want to join a union, unable to do that. We have to pass the PRO Act. We have to raise.
Now, again, what Bernie Sanders is what he's saying fun? No. But you know what it does? It fucking invigorates people who are affected by that.
This minimum wage, which is now $7.25 an hour, to a living wage. That's what he talked about. And I think if he continues to talk about that, I think he gets reelected.
All right, Senator
Here.
Sanders, you said something significant today that our politics is your hope should be boring again. Here's to that happening. I think everyone, no matter what their political perspectives, can agree to that this morning.
Right.
Senator Sanders, thank you very much for your perspective. I really appreciate it.
And so, since this video is wrapping up, we had talked about the reason why Hillary Clinton says that she wants politics to be boring.
Right.
And it's completely different from the reason why this guy. And why do I say that? Well, because Bernie Sanders isn't a fucking warhawk piece of shit. All right, Bernie Sanders is a dude that has been shoulder to shoulder, literally, with just about every civil rights movement in American history.
Yes.
There's photographic evidence of Bernie Sanders actually being about that life. His perspective is saying that like we need to move away from talking about shit that doesn't really matter and just focus on the main issues, which was the same thing that he did in 2016. It was the same thing in 2020. It was the policy and platform that Joe Biden had adopted, right? Which was talk about the bread and butter issues without, and this is the key point here, without throwing marginalized communities under the bus like the Democratic Party did in this current election cycle.
Yep.
Also, I just want to say quickly, Rez, you came in at a great time because here soon we're going to be doing kind of like a 101 education course for some of the words that we are going to be using quite a bit.
Yay!
So enjoy. You don't have to feel silly.
That's it on this video.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Sure is.
But yeah, just the differences of it, like you were saying, and also Hillary Clinton saying that we need to go back to being boring. I after the fact of fucking up, doing the Pokemon Go, doing the, celebrity on stage thing, saying that it's boring, comparative to somebody who actually understands the people of saying that it needs to go back to being boring. And before him, the ending of saying it needs to go back to boring, him saying that, the substantive issues, the things that people really need. I mean, he's still bringing up, healthcare and a livable minimum wage and all that shit, the substantive stuff. So just seeing the difference of like, the elitists who don't understand compared to some of them that do understand of how the messaging needs to come through to make people, quote unquote, want to have fun. Technically, getting engaged, getting passionate is what makes it fun, not going to a concert
Or to a water park.
or a water park.
Oh boy.
Gotta
So
love these politicians, I swear.
we've arrived to the part that I've been excited about and something that I've been
Yeah.
wanting to do for a long time.
Yep.
I know here in the United States, a lot of political terms have different meanings than what they do in Europe. So a lot of this interpretation, a lot of this discussion is going to be very Americentric. I promise in the future we are going to talk about a little bit more global politics as well. But I think it's important to kind of start from somewhere that is relatable for the majority of people in this audience. And what better way than to understand American politics? This first video is going to be talking about what liberalism is. So, a lot of times in our streams, we are going to be using the word liberal or liberalism. You're going to ask yourself, well, shit, what is liberalism? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? So, liberalism itself is a political ideology. And, my interpretation is basically protection of people's identities, but it's often used as a way of, protection of the identity, so long as it's at a, cost. And sometimes the cost is determined, can be kind of nasty and kind of big.
Liberalism is a political philosophy or worldview based and founded on ideas of liberty and equality. Freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, free markets, civil rights, democratic societies, secular governments, gender.
So, what do I mean when I always say things like liberals are often ones who cater to the right? They're ones who, ultimately, even though they pretend to be on the guise of the left side of the political spectrum, they are either in the center or center right. One of the best ways I can show an example is free markets.
Yeah.
Free markets. What do I mean by that specifically? So, free markets is part of the political ideology of capitalism. What is capitalism? A short and sweet definition for you is basically capitalism is the idea of infinite growth on finite resources. So, how much wealth and how much resources can you extract before they're gone, and how much money can you make off of it?
Yep.
And ultimately, if you're fixated on trying to protect any sort of pillar of capitalism, especially that being the stock market, private corporations, things of that nature, ultimately you will capitulate and you will favor those on the right. Because the leftist argument for capitalism is that private corporations are not good. Things should be nationalized. It should belong to the people. Full transparency.
Right. Well, it's
So
just the
that's just
logical conclusion that you can't have if an infinite growth with finite object.
yes, no, exactly.
But free market doesn't let you know that.
No. Well, and the thing is, when they say free markets, right? So it's this belief and understanding that with capitalism and global trade, that the best product wins. People are going to decide what product is best, and they will dictate what companies are successful and which companies are not, right? The only problem with that is that you have things that are built into the economy that specifically favor different industries. One of the best examples I can give you, corn. corn is subsidized heavily by the government. Why is it subsidized heavily by the United States government? Because it's used in the majority of our products. The majority of our food is made either with corn syrup or some sort of corn material.
Right, as a sugar
And
substitute.
yes, and so you cannot sit there and say that it is a free market with these companies that are only operating off of money that they generate and compete, because you are, when you give subsidies to a company, whether that be Tesla, whether that be SpaceX, whether that be a corporate farmer, whomever, that is you manipulating the market. That is you tipping the scales in favor for them to allow them to compete with others who have that access to perform at that level without the added insurance of a federal or centralized government.
Right. Now you're saying as in the like the subsidies and stuff that they're given? Or
Well,
the
whether it be subsidies or just corporate bailouts in general,
uh-huh.
right? Like you'll see another concept that's often used when it comes to like different leaders of the market is too big to fail, right? So
Right.
like they'll have banks and shit, too big to fail, and that's a self admittance that like yeah, even if they're a really shitty bank, even if they don't follow practices and they just don't make the right investments and they don't take care of their money, we'll bail them out and we'll make sure they're good. But other businesses that run into financial trouble for whatever reason, those get put out of business, and it's not our issue. So it's
Right.
just automatically like a contradiction, and it's just something that can't exist.
Right, but okay, so like how does that take away competition? Like as in taking away sugar and putting in high fructose corn syrup as a substitute. Is it because like or is like the corn industry over dominating everything because it's cheaper, or is it over dominating
Yes.
because it's the only thing?
Well, both. So it's corn syrup is something that became really big in the 70s. Originally, it was something that was going to be used for cattle to fatten them up and allow for bigger yields, whether it be for beef cattle or for dairy. And the sugar companies ended up realizing like, hey, we can use this also for foods. We can make foods more addictive and more fattening, and have people constantly coming back. um so yeah, and I'm sorry, what was the first part of the question again?
Like how does that how are they dominating that industry? How does that not make a free market with competitiveness? Is it because they're
Because
cheaper?
other global competitors, not all governments do that. They don't have the ability to, so they might have a better product, whether better taste or a better yield, but because the government doesn't subsidize them for that specific product, they're not able to compete with the prices of the American product. So
Okay,
it
so you're
favors the
saying
American product right over everything else.
that somebody who grows sugar cane to make healthy sugar for let's say fruit snacks is not
Hmm.
getting subsidized, but this corn farmer who's putting fructose corn syrup inside of these fruit snacks is getting subsidized by the government.
Yeah, the incentive is for cheaper,
Okay.
and they've done that specifically. Yeah, so
Okay.
ultimately you're removing any form of competition because you've made one thing, and not everybody has access to that. Not everybody can grow corn.
Right.
Not all climates can do that. So
Right. And that definitely makes sense more of the how it doesn't it's not even really a free market even if they're calling it that because there isn't really even competition if the corn companies are being subsidized to because they're cheaper, even though that's not a free market if you actually think about it. But yeah, I see what you mean.
okay, I'm sorry. Kayla just said something, and I think a quick Google search will fix this really quick.
Sugar beets. The sugar that we eat in most of our food comes from sugar beets. I still think our salt comes from Utah, so I have no idea. I just found out we had an International Space Station 15 years ago, so I'm dumb.
All right, here, this is better. How much of our food has corn syrup?
Dude, way too much. Like, way too fucking much. That's the problem, is finding anything with real sugar actually costs more. But I
So and here's the thing too, like it's in bread, right? It's in bread, it's in drinks.
It's in everything.
It's yeah, baked goods, fruit, yogurts, condiments, milk, candy, obviously, most of your fast food items, peanut butter, cashew butter, fruit preserves, jams, jellies, ice cream,
Yeah, no, most of the
breakfast
sugar that we
sandwiches.
eat is high fructose corn syrup. It
Yeah,
absolutely is.
yeah. I beat like
Yeah,
we're
if you're getting sugar from Sugar Beets, please send me the store you're going to because I would love to get more food from that. That would be great. You're eating
yeah.
healthy, girl.
I would love to
Eat your food.
yeah, if that's the case.
Like trying to get away from high fructose corn syrup is almost impossible, especially here in California. Jesus Christ, it's everywhere. It's in everything.
And international cooperation are all
Okay, Rez.
ideas that liberalism stands for. So,
Sounds
liberals
good,
opposed
Russ.
traditional conservatism and sought to replace absolutism in government with representative democracy and the rule of law. During the Age of Enlightenment, liberalism became popular among philosophers and economists in the Western world, which is when it first became a distinct political movement. Liberalism rejected the prevailing social.
So, Age of Enlightenment. Let's see when that was. Let's look
Yeah.
up, shall we? 17th and 18th century.
Okay, so when
So this
America was
is
founded.
yeah, right around that time when America was founded and when you had
People moving from England away from it.
yeah, and when you still had like a lot of very like monarchy-esque type powers that were at play, and they were trying to find ways to make the rule a lot more easy for people to take because they got tired of getting their heads fucking chopped off.
Oh my God. So you're telling me the Age of Enlightenment was actually a bunch of dumbass white people who thought that they could have power too, so they went to other countries and other places all over the world hoping that they would have power like the monarchy?
Essentially, yeah.
What an enlightenment time. What an
And political
enlightening
forms
time.
of hereditary privilege, state religion, absolute
Fuck
monarchy, and the
me.
divine rights of kings. John Locke, 17th century philosopher, is often credited as a founder of liberalism as a distinct philosophical tradition.
John Locke.
He argued that
John Locke, who's that? Who's that, you ask?
Isn't that the
Gee,
guy from
I'm glad you
Pocahontas?
asked.
Didn't John Locke come to America and like try to take Pocahontas?
Father of liberalism. Early
Oh no,
life.
that's John
1632.
Rolfe. Fuck. Don't listen to me, folks.
Jesus Christ. Proprietors of Carolina. So yeah, he worked around a lot of the
Was he one of the ones during the Salem witch trials?
no, he was around for some of the like revolution stuff.
Okay, that name does sound familiar.
Well, yeah, interesting.
each man has a natural right
Life,
to
liberty,
life,
and
liberty,
property.
and property, which are
I love how it went from
Property.
I love how it went from life, liberty, and property to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Mm-hmm.
the rights that
I wonder
government
why.
must not
Huh.
violate based on the social contract.
Because women and people of
Leaders in
color
the
wanted
Glorious
property too.
Revolution, the American Revolution,
Just a
and
guess.
the French Revolution
And also, so and they just talked about like the social contract, right? And you're asking yourself like, okay, like conservatism is about some of these values too, but there's a main difference, and they're going to get to that. But I just wanted to point that out for anybody who may be listening. And go, wait a minute.
used the liberal philosophy to overthrow royal tyranny. However, only after French Revolution, liberalism started to significantly spread, and it was only in 19th century.
After the French Revolution, when you had the execution of oligarchs and people who were responsible for lots of pain and suffering, you start having this idea of liberalism. Kind of weird, right?
Yeah,
Kind of
because
coincidental.
nationalism right around the same time after the French. We were just recently talking about that. With
Yes, we
the
were. And
Yeah.
and isn't it coinky dinkies that liberalism and nationalism were created concepts at the same time and often are hand in hand with each other throughout history?
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
Yeah.
Kind of weird, dude.
when liberal governments started to establish in nations across Europe and South America. Before 1920, the main ideological opponent of classical liberalism was conservatism. But liberalism then faced major ideological challenges from new opponents, fascism and communism.
Whoa, what's that? Liberalism used to basically be conservatism, but then there was a turn in the party and they said, wait a minute, dude. Wait a minute. We're all about tradition. We're all about valuing, societal norms. But when those societal norms happen to be communism, fuck no, man. We can't have people normalize the ideas of communism, seizing the means of production.
Right.
Fascism and communism.
Especially after what you've seen, with like the Bolshevik movement in Russia. We can't have that. That's bad.
World liberalism and all
Well, I mean, it
its
was bad if you
forms,
were
or similar terms like liberal,
elite.
liberty, and so on, originate from Latin liber, which is free. One of the first recorded instances of the word liberal occurs in 1375. It was used to describe the
Okay, I
liberal
don't think we have
arts.
to watch any more of that. I think we get the gist of it. Let's see if there's anything
Okay.
else.
So liberalism first kind of quote unquote enemy was communism, the seizing of production by the people. So do we have something on what communism is then?
Oh, we have something about socialism. Communism is a different thing, but we can also look for something about that real quick. But we have a video about what is conservatism, because we can't talk about liberalism without conservatism. Because
Very true.
ultimately, liberalism and conservatism are the same thing. The only difference is they broke branches when it came to fascism and communism, which are
Yes.
two separate things that often try to get conflated by people on the right.
Right. And just for everybody that doesn't understand, conservatism is the Republican Trump party as of nowadays. Liberalism is more of the Kamala Democrat side. And yeah, I just wanted, just for anybody who is getting confused on liberalism versus conservatism, that's the difference. Just so we get that basis.
Conservatism promotes traditional social institutions in the context of culture and civilization, from a political and social philosophy. The pillars of conservatism are tradition, human imperfection, organic society, hierarchy, authority, and
So this right here is, and one of the reasons I wanted to share this video, it's a little short, it gets to the point, but it also does a great job of showing people in why exactly conservatism and the way that it's appropriate and the way people understand it is appealing. Because ultimately, the way that it's projected, that it's explained to you, is just like this, right? It's about tradition, right? Traditional values. That's something that you hear often from
Right.
different conservative members. Human imperfection, right? Like a lot of times you'll
Yep.
hear conservatives talk about how, oh, you're virtue signaling, and they'll do what's called vice signaling. They'll be like, oh, well, I'm a shitty person. I'm a bad guy. Like there's just bad people. It's always the focus on the negative aspects of society. So
Right.
human imperfection, that's another huge part of, the
Yeah.
modern day
Trump cheated
Republican.
on his wife. Oh, well, it just happens. Yeah, that
It
kind of
just
thing.
happens. Yeah,
Yeah.
organic society, and again, organic society is the term. It's up for interpretation, right? Because like organic is a very loose term. Like you can try to say that like nature is uninfluenced, but there are the laws of reaction at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Hierarchy, that's something throughout history, throughout civilization, people have always looked for a form and a structure of leadership.
Yes.
They there's a huge contradiction amongst people, and I don't necessarily know if it's just an American issue or just a people issue in general. But there's this contradiction that exists between I want freedom, I want liberties, and I also need to be told what to do.
Mm-hmm.
And these are these two thoughts that exist within every person that are legitimate, but they are contradictions nonetheless. So there is a need and a want for some form of hierarchy. Now, liberalism and conservatism sometimes disagree on the hierarchy. A lot of times, liberalism does it on the guise of just purely, aesthetics and identity-based politics, as to where the hierarchy structure for conservatism is more based on class.
Yes, liberalism is more of like the we like what Gandhi says, or we like what MLK Jr. said, and conservatism is more like let's listen to what Elon says, or we need a CEO running our country type stuff. Yeah. I'm helping
Um,
Rez out. Sorry, I'm over here helping Rez out because I'm trying to in my own head, trying to, put it into my own head how I can understand it. So I'm trying to say it out loud so Rez gets it too.
nope, you're good.
Okay.
Authority, again, it's something that people, and I kind of touched on it. People are always looking for somebody to be in charge and to kind of
Yes.
take the initiative when it comes to safety or providing whatever it may be, right? Like authority is an essential
Yeah.
need.
You throw people out on a desert island, they're going to go to, even if they don't go to the strongest person to help take care of them, they're going to go to the smartest person to help them figure out what's next. That's why in a lot of my political classes that I've taken, they tell you, and it kind of makes sense, is anarchism actually isn't really a real thing. Like there's a title, there's a name for it, but in practice, it's never really happened. So it can't really be a real thing because like I was saying, even if you throw people on a desert island or you get a community together, somehow, some way, shape, or form or another, there's going to be a sect of hierarchy, even in the most basic things of like looking for wisdom. It doesn't even have to be telling people what to do, it's just looking to see what to do next. There's always going to be that form, no matter what. And it's just because that's the hunger of people. It's the need of people of not I my personal opinion on it is the need of not wanting to just flail about in life and needing a form of structure so you feel like we feel like we're meant to do something like this is what we're here for kind of thing. A meaning in life, I guess, which is what everyone looks for, right?
No, 100%. Everyone's looking for a comfortable, safe, meaningful life.
You're right. And in
And
in
then
that
property.
search, and in that search, you kind of need somebody who's wiser or above you a little bit in some way, shape, or form to help you with that.
And then last but not least, property rights. And I think that's
Yes.
something that is both shared now by modern liberals and conservatives. A lot of times you'll hear words like NIMBY, which is basically an acronym for not in my backyard. And it's an attitude that a lot of property owners have where they don't want public or governmental housing put around them because it decreases their property value.
Right.
And ultimately, for the average American, home buying is seen as an investment. It is seen as a way to make and generate revenue and wealth,
Right.
Property
which
rights.
pisses me off.
So,
That's a whole
it can
different
be
subject.
said that
Yep.
conservatives seek to preserve institutions, emphasizing stability and continuity. The first established use of the term in a political context was in 1818, during the period of Bourbon Restoration that sought to roll back the policies of the French Revolution. Historically, the term is associated with right-wing politics. The more extreme elements would be reactionaries opposing modernism and seeking a return to the way things were. However,
Whoa, that's
Make America great again.
yeah.
America.
Future scary, past good. Don't think about like all the fucked up things that happened in the past. Just focus on the good things, right?
Mhm.
Because we're gonna go back to that. But the future, that's scary.
There is no single set of policies that are universally regarded as conservative. Meaning of conservatism depends on what is considered traditional in given place and time.
And that's a big fucking deal. Because conservatism itself is one that is always adoptive. That's why you'll see the conservative go through all these different evolutions. That's why you'll hear these fucking idiots go on Fox News and be like, this isn't the conservative party that I grew up with. We need to remove Donald Trump. And then 2 weeks later, that dude kisses Donald Trump's ass anyways. But it's societal norms are always changing. What society dictates when it comes to a multitude of issues, it's always evolving. It's never the same. So it's always changing. So that's why you're always seeing a shift from the right. And it's never like the right goes, you know what, we've been wrong about immigration. We should go to the left. No, the right originally started out, the American right, and we showed this in one of the previous streams. George H. Bush and Ronald Reagan came out and said, hey, we should think of people who are immigrating to this country as human beings. Like, these are people just trying to better their fucking lives and trying to take care of their family. Let's not be so harsh. Let's include them into our country. Let them become Americans. Let them pay into the system.
Mm-hmm.
And then now what do you have? We should use the American military to fucking shoot people that are trying to get into our country.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we've gone to. And I'm telling you right now, it's only going to go further to the right. And you can ask yourself, well, what's further than just like denying people at the border? Well, we might see it depending on if the president keeps true to his word, which is going to be concentration camps. But they're not going to call them concentration camps. You know what they're going to call them? They're going to call them labor camps or freedom camps.
Uh-huh.
Or hell, they might get a fucking corporate sponsor and it might be fucking FedEx camps. What can Brown do for you? UPS camps.
Taco Bell camps.
McDonald's, dude. You know, I'm loving it.
God.
Genocide. I'm loving it.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah. So it's just it's ever shifting and it's always shifting to the right. And that's the main issue. And it's the same thing with liberalism. It's a counter to conservatism, which is a loose ideal in itself. And it's one that operates from saying that, no, those institutions that they want to use and they want to keep to implement their shit, like, those are fine. We don't have to examine those. We just can't be meanie-bo beanies about it.
Right.
This means that conservatives from all parts of the world might not agree on all issues, each upholding their traditions. One of the main theorists of conservatism in Great Britain in 1790s was Edmund Burke, who opposed the French and supported the American Revolution.
Yo, I wonder why somebody who leans to the right would want to avoid talking about the French Revolution and focus on the American Revolution. Could it have anything to do with the fact that the French Revolution, you had people who were just like starving and getting completely taken advantage of, like executing rich fucking oligarchs? And because the American Revolution was just like a bunch of rich ass merchants who were like, hey, I'm tired of paying taxes all the fucking time. Let's go kill some British people so we, can make money off the own tax system that we make and become even richer.
Right.
I wonder why. I wonder why that is. Because that's the difference in the revolutions. If we just want to be real about it, like the American Revolution wasn't because like people are like representation, taxation without representation, me lord. It wasn't because of that. It was because a bunch of fucking merchants used to get together in a bar and they're like, hey man, I know we make a decent amount of money, but what if we had more? And then they're like, yeah, what if we did have more? What if we had more power politically and we could just like choose what the fuck we wanted to and what instead of what they decide, right? What if we could have our own slaves instead of just the British having slaves? Like, wouldn't that be fucking sick?
Right. You're absolutely right.
And that's probably why this fucking pasty ass a Goose's glue looking motherfucker is probably thinking about, oh, fucking 3 chinny and head ass motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Conservatism is also described as an attitude performing function in development of free society by the chairman of the British Conservative Party in 1959.
Not so
What?
much a philosophy as an attitude, a constant force performing a timeless function in the development of a free society and corresponding to a deep and permanent requirement of human nature itself.
What? That sounds like a load of bullshit. Wait, what?
So
Constant force?
they're saying that it's not a philosophy or an ideology, it's an attitude. It's a response. It's a reaction, a constant force, performing a timeless function in the development for a free society. So the only way you can ensure that a society is free is by being immediately reactionary and getting immediate response
Huh.
and constant pressure, right?
Oh,
Because an ideology is something slow building and slow moving. An
yeah.
attitude or a response is not.
Right. Okay. And
Okay?
corresponding to a deep and permanent requirement of human nature. But
And human nature is a very important um, phrasing here
yeah, that's
because human.
manipulating the word.
Well, it's not just manipulating the word. It's also like, okay, how are they manipulating it? So I'm curious as to you, like, what do you mean when they're manipulating?
Well, because like by the way he's seeing it is like human nature, like what we are originally supposed to be humans. But I see it as like human nature, if you really think about it, going to, caveman times, it was no communication, raping women, killing and murdering. And like that's not human nature itself. That's why I feel like that's a manipulation word, is because I feel like they're
Yes.
okay. Am I right?
No. And that was exactly the point that I was going to make, right? Because when you talk about human nature, and it's a phrase that gets used a lot by both libertarian and conservatives alike. They'll say, human nature, alpha, all these different words. And when they talk about human nature, there is a very large movement and propaganda movement that has been going very strongly for the past 20, 30 years, probably even longer, but just that I've been aware for 20, 30 years. And it's to create this idea or notion that, one, people are inherently evil. That means that, according to a lot of belief from people, that some people are just born and always evil, and the majority of people are. Not some, I should have said. The majority of people are born evil and they will always be evil, and there is no getting through to them. That is their idea, right? Like, that is human nature. Like, people are just bad, people are just greedy, and that's human nature. But if you actually look at the growth and the evolution of humans and society itself, human nature will actually show you people are not greedy and selfish and hostile collectively in general. Obviously, you're always going to have outliers, but overall, they're not. Because if that were the case, we would not have villages. We would not have towns. We would not have cities. We would not have states. We would not have nations.
Right.
Because those concepts revolve around the notion of you having good faith in complete strangers. You have to believe that a complete stranger living directly next to you will not murder you and take your shit. You have, and that's, again, not saying that that stuff doesn't happen in cities and towns and civilizations and shit like that. It does, but compared to the amount of people and the amount of times that it happens, it's a very small number. It's a very small chance of it even happening, which shows that human nature is inherently good. It is giving. It is selfless. It is compassionate. It is empathetic. But
Mhm.
like you said, it's a manipulation of the words, trying to insinuate that it is a deep and permanent requirement to ensure might is right politics. He who has the gold makes the rules. That is the essential fundamental idea of conservatism in general.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Hashtag Slay Queen, we're killing it.
That's right.
On the other hand, Political theorists such as Corey Robin define
Oh,
conservatism
you're proud
in
of me?
terms of
I
the
took a
general
timestamp when we
defense
started
of
talking about this,
social
by
and
the way.
economic
Yes, thank
inequality.
you.
So,
That's so much
Robin's
help.
definition is
Yeah.
contrasting the traditional definition of conservatism, representing it as an attempt to uphold traditional institutions and feeling the experience of having power. There are many forms of conservatism, from liberal conservatism to conservative liberalism. However, a common
Whoa, dude! If you were to show this to like a fucking conservative or a liberal, they would lose their mind right now.
way of distinguishing
They'd be like, "Wait a
conservative
minute, no." Oh, and this is really interesting right here. You might be asking yourself, progressive conservatism? That seems kind of
Yeah,
counterintuitive.
counterproductive. Yeah.
Hey, but you want to know something? Teddy Roosevelt era, and my brother and I were just talking about this before the stream. Like the Teddy Roosevelt era, where you started seeing the progressive movement, it was a response from both conservatives and liberals, who, the elite specifically, who wanted to ensure that they could maintain power without, causing them to lose the end game, so to speak.
Yeah,
Putting it
why
short
did
and
a
sweet,
lot
man.
of progressives get into Teddy Roosevelt? Like, I knew a girl who named her bunny Teddy because of him. Like, what was the point of that whole thing?
That is something we will have to get into, and I'd really love to have my brother on because he would explain it a lot better than I could.
Okay.
But a lot of that just has to do with the idea that um, the word progressive itself has been something that has changed its meaning
Yeah.
throughout time, and basically in that specific era, people like Teddy Roosevelt were called progressive because they were breaking out of the norms for most liberals and conservative at that time, and it was seen as progressive, right? Because it's, it was thought changing, it was ideologically breaking, and it was a way to move forward past the typical way of thinking. So that's how it got labeled progressive, not in the way that we think of progressive now. So that's
Yeah, we'll have
why.
to get
And
into
again,
it.
yeah, and we'll get into that a little bit deeper, and then maybe we can see if my brother wants to get on and talk about that.
Perfect. Okay.
conservatism from both liberalism and radicalism is to say that conservatives reject the optimistic view that human beings can be morally improved through political and
Wow. So you're saying
That's
we're dumb.
Yeah. Reject the optimistic view that human beings can be morally improved through political and social change.
Hmm.
So how can they get improved?
Enforcement.
How can they morally improve?
Spank us.
social change.
She ain't gonna tell you.
She ain't gonna answer. The owl said, "You know what? Fuck yourself, buddy."
The owl said, "Who? Who?
Who? Who? Who are you? Who
Who
are
are you?"
you? Who are you?
Uh,
So yeah, that wraps up the liberal and conservative. I hope that was helpful for those who were in here. I don't know if there's anything anybody in chat maybe had a question about, or if Jimmy, if there's anything that you kind of wanted to put a cap on.
no, I'm waiting for questions too. If you guys have anything, yeah, just ask. Because those are the first two, at least the main ideologies in American political thinking, in just American thinking alone. There's a liberalism and conservatism. Yes, there's a plethora of different subterms of conservatism and liberalism, but technically those are just the main two major ones right there. I'm really interested in this progressive conservatism because just in the last few weeks, I have definitely been hearing a lot about the word progressive losing the oomph that it used to have.
Yeah, and that's
Which,
also
yeah,
because you got a lot of people like, Glenn Greenwald and what was the other guy? I forget his name. Um, a journalist I used to respect that turned fucking right wing. But it was just a bunch of guys that grifted and were able to use some of the terminology and some of the foreign policy stuff and get people on the left to believe that they, were progressives or whatever. And then once Trump came out, for whatever reason, they became conservative.
Okay. I just don't see Glenn Greenwald as a progressive conservative.
Well, the thing is, I don't know, how long have you been following Glenn Greenwald for?
Just since politics, so since like 2016.
Okay, well, you can at least admit that the stuff that Glenn Greenwald talked about in 2016 is a lot different from what he talks about now.
Um,
Especially like the lens that he analyzes it
yes.
through.
Yes, he does sound a lot or a little bit different than what he used to. But see, I'm very
And
nitpicky on what I listen to him anyway because he's not on a channel or a social media platform that I watch. So when I do watch him, it's usually about like Julian Assange or journalism, and he seems pretty progressive in those.
yeah, you
Still,
seem progressive on other things, but
right. Yeah, I
that
haven't
turned
heard
out to be a lie.
anything. I haven't heard. What, did he vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, good to know. I had no idea. And they're calling themselves progressive conservatives?
I don't know if they're calling themselves progressive conservatives, but they're always talking about how they left the left. Like
Like
there's just
Anna
been so many
Kasparian?
there and her too, yeah. But there's been a lot of people that have just been like, yo, I left the left, and it was just people that either only espoused like progressive rhetoric, or they were just your typical liberal talking about leftist things.
Uh-huh.
And then all of a sudden it was just like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm a fucking Republican now. Go Trump.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to learn more about that for sure. Has anyone got questions in there? Or are we going to get on to the
Hey,
next
how do you?
one?
Hold on, I'm confused. Like Jimmy, you've been in politics for like how long, and listen to all these people. Like,
Uh-huh.
oh my god, it's something even Hassan talks about all the fucking time. Just the amount of people who have come and gone. Like
Yeah.
shit. Another great example, right? Like Destiny. He was a guy that came out a long time ago trying to act as if he was a progressive, and then it wasn't he was a progressive, he was a liberal, and then
Liberal.
it
Yeah.
wasn't he was a liberal, he's an independent, and
Yep.
then he's a Democrat again. So like,
Right.
eh,
But that's the thing that doesn't make sense anymore about this progressive thing now, the progressive term recently being taken away from us. Like I've that's the whole point of it is like they keep just taking the terms that we keep using as to separate us from these democratic leftists, and then all of a sudden now we can't use that term, and then we can't now use that term because it's taken over. Like I've thought progressive was the only term we fucking had left. What term do we use for ourselves now?
most people just say leftist now.
We sit here and talk shit about leftists.
I talk shit about liberals.
Isn't that the same fucking thing?
No, liberals are not leftist.
Oh, see? I hate it. I fucking hate it.
Liberals are centrist, Jimmy. Liberals are centrist. They're not leftist.
Yeah, but they called us
Left.
liberals in 2016 and then they took it from us. So,
Yeah, they called us liberals because it's reductionist. It's a way you don't want to argue with somebody who's going to be arguing from a socialist perspective when it comes to like people not being able to afford groceries because it actually addresses the fucking root cause of it. They want to just use scapegoats. They just want to feel good. They just want to dominate another group.
right. But it's the term. It's the term progressive of them taking over that term now. That's what I
Yeah, they
just
do it
don't
all the time.
understand.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing they did with BLM, right? Like when they started the whole foundation and they had, all that questionable money shit that came through. They co-opted the name, they co-opted the term, and tried to stop that movement. That's why you can't. That's why you can't get caught up in like whether it be like terms or rhetoric or just like leaders or any of that shit. You can't.
Right, but then
You can't.
when I'm a content creator and I'm talking about a specific person or a specific group of people and I end up accidentally using the word liberal instead of leftist, people aren't going to understand what I'm saying. And so that's what drives me
That's why
crazy.
you
It's like
explain it.
4 years ago, I was using that term liberal, and now I can't. And now the term that I used 4 years ago on that content can't be used anymore because it doesn't mean the same thing. And at a certain point, it's just too much for me. I'm just like, can I just have progressive? Like, that would be really nice because that means progress. It means progressing. It means moving forward. And I really like that term. And I don't, technically, I just don't really, or personally, I just don't want to take it away from me. And I really like it. And so when I saw progressive conservatism, that kind of triggered me a little bit because that's all we have left is progressive. We
No,
don't have
Jimmy,
anything.
which Jimmy. Progressive conservatism is something from like the fucking 1920s. It's not new.
Okay, but there hasn't been a subsect of people to slap it onto that a lot of people know about. Like, I've never even heard of that term before. So I don't even know who could be like hearing Glenn Greenwald. That's my first time learning about that. So in my head, I'm like, for the last few years, that's the term that I had for us, people outside of the left that are left of the left of the left is, instead of using extremist, we use progressive. And now it's just being taken over by, like what you're saying, people like Glenn Greenwald, which yeah, he's not much of a progressive. No, but still, like that was our term. Yeah. I'm not saying like I don't know like all the words that are, it's just, it sucks. Like I'm just so tired of them taking over our names, our titles.
Well, first of all, we don't own the names or the titles, right? Like,
Right.
and labels are always going to get thrown at, whether true or not. And the thing that I've been trying to get through, um, to people in general is just understanding that liberalism is not leftism. You cannot consider yourself a leftist, which socialist or communist. You cannot consider yourself leftist if you're a liberal, because liberalism, as the video had pointed out, right, it's this idea, notion of individualism, and liberals love the idea of individualism, but they're willing to throw out the individual so long as it means the protection of them as an individual or their identity as an individual, right?
Uh-huh.
So the best example, if you are uh, not white in America and you have a specific group, let's use the current one that's under the lens from America and has been for the past 15, 20 years, 30. Um, and you see the growing resentment towards the Islamic community and the Arab community. You ultimately are going to either remain silent because you don't want the attention to get focused on you, which is a complete understandable approach, or you may join in because, again, to use the bully analogy, if you don't want a bully to fuck with you, you try to become their friend.
Yeah.
And that's literally all liberals are. They're just bullies. They're the friends of bullies.
Uh-huh.
They're wanting to just throw anybody else under the bus so long as it protects them. And most liberals view themselves as educated, wealthy do-goodies.
Right.
Socialism isn't about
And
that. Socialism is about rights and liberties for all.
mhm. Yeah, we just
And
need to
we're
figure out correct terms and shit like that so that way people can feel like they have an area. Because just like I was saying, just to me personally, and I don't know if other people feel like it. I just know that if I feel like it, other people have to feel like it too. Is that every time us actual lefties get a cool term to go with it, whether it's progressive, extremist, anti-fascist, it just a lot of these terms end up getting taken over and used for people like Biden or whatever. Like when we first started getting into a lot of us got into politics in 2016. Liberal was like, it was liberating to us. It was a great word. Like, we wanted to be liberal. We wanted to free people. We wanted freedom. And then all of a sudden, Democrats are liberals. And we're just like, oh, okay. Well, that fucking sucks. All right. Well, what about a leftist? And then 2 years after that, they're like, well, Democrats are the leftist now. And we're like, well, fuck. So it's just like, yeah, it's that thought process of like every time we get this word that makes us feel a certain way to where we've got our spot, we can kind of, motivate off of, a place in the political spectrum to where we can bounce our shit off of. It just keeps getting taken over by these centrist people. The word, at least, the term of it, at least, because even like libertarians and MAGA, like even these Trump supporters, they've got MAGA right, extreme right, like they've got a title in the political spectrum. We don't have anything like that anymore because it keeps getting taken away.
No, I don't think it's being taken away though. That's where I disagree with you. It's not being taken away. It's being misappropriated, and
Okay.
the easy way of combating that is just by explaining to people what the definitions are, right? Because like people can say XYZ till they're blue in the face, but if you are coming from the understanding of the ideology itself, it doesn't matter what words they want to, take away, add in. It doesn't matter because the message stays the same. You can try to change up the words all you fucking want to, but the message is still going to be the message. It's still going to resonate. It's still going to get through. So it's not really necessarily an issue,
Okay.
or at least in the way that I feel you're making it out to be. And I could be wrong. There could be some people where it is an issue for them like that, but um, I think if you,
Right.
like I said, if you just come from like an actual understanding of the ideology and the words that you're using, right? Like if you're going around and you're calling yourself a progressive, right? You have to be able to define and understand what is a progressive, and not just understand what a progressive is and be able to define it, but you also have to understand and define what your political opponent thinks and what they believe.
Hmm.
And on top of that, you also have to know what they think you believe.
That's not fair.
No, it's not fair. But again, that's why to revolve back to my comment earlier, politics isn't for everybody. It's annoying, it's draining, it's frustrating. It requires a lot of patience, but you have to be in it for the right reasons. If you genuinely care about trying to improve the world, even if it's just a very small percentage that you're trying to improve it, if that's your genuine if that's your genuine goal, then you have to be patient. You have to be understanding. You have to be willing to explain things to people.
Mhm. And that's why I think that this is important of us learning the terms, because you might be right. Like me saying that they're taking the terms from us, I might be coming at it in a wrong way, more of a, elitist, petty kind of way, instead of saying, maybe I should have been more knowledgeable about these terms and know where they came from and try to figure out what, a real leftist term it actually is and used it in the first place. So maybe it's just me not understanding what these terms are and using them and then getting them thinking that they're taking them away from us. So
Yeah,
I
because
could
I
be
mean, because I know where you're coming from. Like, it's frustrating when you hear people be like, "Oh, well, Kamala was, she's a socialist. She's a
that's
Marxist.
frustrating. Yeah.
She's, progressive rhetoric and da 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 da." And it's
Right.
like, no, she's not. And it's important to not just say to yourself, but like when people say that to you, or if you hear it, to be like, "That's not progressive." And you have to just start asking people, okay, can you explain to me what a progressive person is without googling it? Just tell me what your definition is. I'm not interested in Google's definition. I want to know what your definition is. And you'll
Right.
start finding out that people don't really know what a socialist is. They don't really know what a capitalist is. They don't know what a liberal is, and they don't know what a conservative is. They don't know what a conservative Christian is, and they don't know what just like a conservative atheist is.
Right.
They hear these words, but they don't understand them.
Right. I agree.
And there is a huge issue, especially in America, where if uh, if you show any ounce of intelligence, you get made fun of. You get called a nerd. You get bullied. People, like it's stupid. It's bad to be fucking smart. I was about to say like it's stupid to be smart, but like that's essentially the attitude, right? Like, how dare you fucking know things? Put your hand down, nerd. Shut the fuck up. Who cares?
Right.
Also, I just want to say, Cookies, it's been so hard not to laugh at your recent comment of the last 2 years Jimmy was lost in the bong, because she totally was. But that's okay. But no, and that's okay. And the thing is,
Y'all, in my
whether
defense, I've been burnt out. I'm sorry, but getting hard into politics for years and years and years and then fucking COVID comes in. Yes, I was lost in the fucking bong because fuck this shit. It's a lot to handle. I'd rather be a reactionary for a certain point there during my burnout than sit there and try to fight for shit that nobody even fucking understood or even wanted to get involved in or had any motivation to get involved in. So yes, I was lost in a bong for a couple of years. Thank you, COVID. I appreciate you.
yeah, no. And my whole point is that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. Because the difference is now you're operating from a stance of, one, you're trying to become more understanding, more knowledgeable, and two, you're trying to spread a little bit of good out in the way that you know how that's most effective, right?
Right. Yeah.
And that's the difference. And leftism itself in general is a concept of self improvement and rehabilitation, because accountability does play a key part, but I hate using that word because accountability is a word that's often used by people that lean right on the political spectrum, and it's used as a way to dismiss the systemic issues that people face. So like, for example, if you're a woman, the systemic issues that you're going to face as a woman, you know people are going to overlook you for certain job positions, depending, or maybe they only give you a certain job position because they are harassing you. Or, you know what I mean? Like, there are numerous different things and different systemic issues that women have to face and go through on a day-to-day basis. It's not like something they just have to deal with once a week. It's something they have to deal with every single day of their life. And it's a system that they didn't agree to. It's a system that they didn't vote for. It's just a system that they were given, like the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Right. And I think that's why how I'm operating and how I think a lot of people can kind of take that in and make it, and it's very palatable for them as well. Because I've seen a lot of people on my journey, the complete full interaction, gung ho, getting involvement to burnout to reactionary to now finally just taking a step back and really digging in and learning a lot of the stuff that we jumped into and got mad at before. I think this is a lot of people's journey within the last 8 to 10 years is that full on interaction, including yourself, getting angry, reaction, burning out, then turning into a reactionary, and now just saying, "All right, I want to learn."
yeah. Well, and I think too, everybody goes through a political evolution, and
Yes.
sometimes they also devolve. And
Yep.
I think I think it's important, and I'm glad that we're having this discussion too, just because I want people to understand that, like, whether it be Jimmy, whether it be myself, whether it be you who's listening, I want this to be an experience where you do find out something new, or you do learn, or you're able to take something and use it in a real life situation, right? Whether it's somebody that's trying to talk to you about, you know, uh, they start saying shit like, "Oh man, white people are under attack." Like, it's hard for white people in America. I
Mhm.
want you to be able to, stop that person, to have the confidence and say to that person, first of all, like, where the fuck are you hearing that? Since when have white people ever been under fucking attack? Ever in history? What legal rights are being stripped away from you? What politicians going around on TV saying you don't exist? That your identity is a mental disease?
Oof, that's a hard one. Yeah.
None? None? Okay, then shut the fuck up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want people to start having that opportunity because I know a lot of good-hearted people who do wish that they spoke up more, who do wish that they had the courage, but also the knowledge. And I'm not saying that I know everything. I'm just saying that I'm brain broken enough to when it comes to like political type shit, I'm deep in the fucking game. All right. I'm deep in the trenches, as the kids say. Politics is my thing, right? Like everybody has autism over something, and politics is my autism. It's the thing I think about. I think about it all the time. I think about all the different ways that it affects my day-to-day life, and not just me, but the people around me. Because that matters too.
Mm-hmm.
I do have to use the bathroom, and so I'm gonna start this and let this video play for a little bit. I'm gonna be listening though, so then that way when I come back, I can pause it and blabber and bore everybody.
Alrighty. Sounds good.
Make politics boring again. I'm doing my job. Yeah, here we go. Second thought. This is socialism for absolute beginners. So please, everybody, put your listening ears on. Okay? We all tapped in. You got your drinkies. You got your snackies. Here we go.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. My AdSense revenue has completely tanked in the last couple months. So if you'd like to help support this channel and get a bunch of cool perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Who could possibly think socialism is a good thing?
Socialism is a cocktail that never should be tried.
No, it's turpentine.
None of those ingredients are good.
The last thing we want in the United States is socialism.
According to a new survey, 70% of American millennials say they'll likely vote socialist, and 1 in 3 of them view communism favorably.
The term socialist has been gaining traction for the past couple of years. There's a good chance an increasing number of people around you are using that word to describe themselves. More and more Americans are. Maybe one of those people even sent you this video. Maybe one of those people even sent you this video. This video is about what people mean when they call themselves socialists. I'm going to be covering as much ground as possible in as little time as I can to give you a better understanding of a word we hear all the time, but that rarely gets explained all that well. And before we do, I know that at least a chunk of you will be coming in with a negative opinion of socialism, and that's totally fine. Feel free to voice that in the comments or the invisible to you but very real to me dislike bar. All I ask is that you stick around for a while after you do. Politics is all about disagreement, but to have meaningful disagreements, you need to know what it is you disagree with. Let's get started. The central idea that unites all socialists is maximizing freedom for everyone, regardless of who they are. Generally speaking, socialists want people to have the kinds of rights that ensure they have that freedom. The guaranteed right to education, healthcare, food, and shelter, to participate in and constitute democratic bodies, the right to free time and leisure. All of these are rights that increase our freedom and the extent to which we can flourish and live a good life. But it's not enough that these rights exist on paper. People need to be able to exercise them. If you have the freedom to an education, but can't afford to spend even 1 hour less on the job to go to class, then you don't really have the freedom to an education.
Right.
The law says you do, but you're not actually free to enjoy it. Think about it like this. We might have missed out on 1,000 Einsteins because poverty kept them from achieving their full potential. Having freedom and the actual ability to exercise it is critical. And this central concern with freedom isn't very surprising. Every political theory wants to maximize or guarantee freedom in some way. If the US had its own ideology, Americanism or something, its advocates would also say it's all about freedom. And to be fair, capitalism did after all become the way of life for most people around the world, at least in part because it allowed some people to be more free than they had been before. Because before capitalism, there was something else. Feudalism. Think medieval castles with heaped tables of George R.R. Martin-esque pigs with apples in their mouths and guys with cool names like Torf. Under feudal society, the people who were free made up a tiny group. Kings and other nobles were free. Everyone else lived under their control and generally had very little freedom. After all, nobles owned all the land in their kingdom. So if you weren't a noble, but you wanted a place to live, to not be in total abject poverty, and to have a semblance of security, you were forced into working the noble's land. A
Yep.
pretty sweet deal for the nobility, because once you had done all the work, farming and whatnot, they would collect their taxes and force you to give up the products of your labor, grain, meat, or the money made from trading them with others. But feudalism wouldn't last forever.
Starting from zero in JavaScript can be harsh. Zero
We got a
experience,
commercial.
zero clue, zero frameworks to rely on, $0 to pay for WebStorm's subscription. Wait.
Hello, Game of Thrones.
WebStorm
He
is
said
now
George
free
R. R.
for
Martin.
non-commercial use. So
But I
you
mean,
could
you
start
think
from
about it,
zero
yeah,
and make it
feudalism.
all the way up to hero. You're welcome.
Okay, that was done. I hate ads. Ads are fucking the worst.
The emergence.
That's actually a good point to pause.
Yes.
So I want to go back to something that he had brought up, right? Because he had brought up the fact that, like, in America, you always hear, especially Democrats, have this thing about people have the right to an education. And we never really examine what that means.
Yes.
Or another popular one, we should increase the access to
Well,
healthcare.
pursuit of
Access,
happiness. Yes.
pursuit of happiness, access to healthcare. Why exactly are these words used? Because they're fucking vague. Because when you say, yes, people should have the right to, should have the access to healthcare. Yes, you have access to healthcare. You can go to a hospital, but can you afford to, stay there one night? Can you afford the medicine that they give you?
Right, and that's what pisses me off about this whole freedom thing that they use with this whole I thank you for reminding me and pausing it because that's what I was thinking in my head, but I couldn't say it out loud while the video was going. Is that's these are the terms, I swear this is like my number one thing I try to tell people all the fucking time. Just listen to those wordings that they use. Pursuit of happiness. That doesn't guarantee you happiness. That means that you can look for it. It doesn't mean you're gonna find it. It means that you can look for it. Access to healthcare. That doesn't mean that you're going to get the healthcare that you need. That means that you can look for it. That there's no guarantee of the freedoms that America is promising other countries and the outside people that we have. We don't actually have that freedom. We have access to freedom. It's like we can try to get it, but we're not promised that. And that it's like the manipulation words that like Kamala and Trump and all of them use when they say that stuff to make people think that they're gonna get it, but it's not. It's you can go look to get it.
Exactly.
Drives me crazy.
And another great example, right? Something that, regardless of where you fall politically, everybody agrees: freedom of speech, right? It's a very vague term because here in America specifically, I don't know about Australia or even in Norway, but in America, they have what they call protest zones. So you have the right to protest and you have the right to assemble, but you have to do it with a permit. You have to do it with the permission of the police, which means you have to do it with the permission of the state, which is 9 times out of 10 what you're protesting in the fucking first place.
Yep.
So
And you have to let them know the area that you're going to be at, and it has to be approved, and you have to stay in that area.
exactly, you can't move out of it. If you do, you'll be arrested right on the
Yep.
spot.
Yep.
Depending on what you're protesting too, because that's another thing that we'll definitely have to get into in the future, is when you watch coverage of protest, if it's a certain group that falls on a certain political spectrum, the police presence is going to be different. If it's for people that are like shouting Nazi shit and saying like, "Yo, we should be able to kill people who that have abortions," police will be sitting there in their normal gear on their bikes, chilling, standing there on their phones, playing Candy Crush, doing what the fuck ever. If somebody's protesting because a person got shot by the police and they were unarmed, the police are in riot gear, riot shields, guns drawn, tear gas deployed. So it's important to understand not just the language, but the actions and the context that follow and surround it, right? To use Kamala Harris's, adage, we didn't just fall out of a coconut tree, people.
The emergence of capitalism changed feudal society into something entirely new.
Oh, it's
Over
the
a
same
couple
there too,
hundred
cookies.
years,
Yeah, and it's
merchants
stupid.
gained
That's
more autonomy from
counterintuitive.
feudal lords and became a whole new class of relatively free people. Nobles lost a great deal of power both gradually and in violent revolutions, and the number of free people grew from just a few hundred nobles to thousands of people who weren't just born into the right family. Capitalism was born. And we can see how this new system works today. Under a capitalist
system. And you know what? I'm going to rewind it for a quick second, too, because that's.
Thank you.
Capitalism isn't this, like, the way that people speak about capitalism in America specifically, they try to act as if it's a system that's been around forever and that's why we should stick to it.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Fucking, it's been around here forever and look how successful it's been. It's not. It hasn't really been all that successful when you look at like the grand scheme of things, and then you also look at like what came before it and why like it was deemed acceptable because it was compared to fucking feudalism.
Yeah, where during that time they were using tally sticks as their tax payment. So you would get a stick with a certain amount of markings on it, and the government, quote unquote, whatever, the king, the ruler would give you that stick, and then you would do work on their land, on the king's land. And when you were done with that work, you would give him the stick back, and then you would give him a percentage, or he would give the king would give you a small, tiny, tiny percentage of all that work on that land that you had done for everybody. And that's how it was back then. There was no money. It was a tally stick, and it was through barter and labor and trade and labor, and it was money. And the money system definitely kind of freed up a lot of people to be able to, quote unquote, have a type of freedom to buy what they wanted. But that was because, like I said, the tally sticks during the feudalism time was just shit. It was horrible. And you didn't really have anything. You were still tied your labor force to the ruler.
I'm sorry, but I was just looking at the pause. That's great. He looks dumb. That's how I want to feel in a minute.
I think that would be a really good thing too, because you know me, I love economics and stuff. That's very true that a lot of people think that like, the dollar and capitalism and the way that our economy works is like an end all be all. It's all we ever have been, and nobody even realizes like back during the feudalism time before capitalism came in, what tally sticks are, how taxes work. Like when he said taxes during in this video right here, paying taxes with the sticks, a lot of people will see that and be like, well, what the fuck is that? Like they don't even know what was the economic system before the cash money capitalistic type of trade. They just think it was trade barter trade and bartering, and they're like, yeah, let's have that, and it wasn't that at all. I mean,
No,
there was a little bit between each other, but no.
Yeah, no, they had complex economic systems.
Absolutely.
The number of free people grew from just a few hundred nobles to thousands of people who weren't just born into the right family. Capitalism was born. And we can see how this new system works today. Under a
And the thing is, obviously, people that hold power and their power gets taken from them, ultimately they still kind of have a place at the table and get to decide what happens, right? We saw that with slavery here in the United States. At the end of the Civil War, the United States government offered reparations. You might be asking yourself, who do they offer reparations to after the Civil War? Was it for slaves? The whole thing that they fought over? No, the United States government, they had just defeated the Confederate South that had, seceded from the United States. They gave the slave owners reparations.
Because they lost their slaves. Yep.
Because they lost their revenue.
Yep. Absolutely. I think some Irish didn't some of the Irish get some reparations as well?
Well, not only did they get reparations, but they were also allowed to buy property. They were allowed to keep their religion. They were able to keep their language, their culture, and they were eventually accepted into society.
The Japanese, I believe a lot of them, at least from what I've read, the ones in California got at least a form of, not fully, but at least a form of reparations. Like Yeah, it's crazy to me that like all these other people have gotten, at least in American history, a lot of other people have gotten reparations except for the ones that were treated the absolute worst, the slaves, which is crazy to me. Still, still fight over that.
Your boss is part of this new group of free people. He, like the nobility of the previous economic era, has a lot of freedom to do what he wants, and a lot of the decisions he makes for himself trickle down and ultimately affect you. In the relationship between the two of you, it's ultimately him that has the power. For example, your paycheck isn't determined by how good a job you do, but by what your boss decides it to be. He has that freedom. Directly or indirectly, your boss hires and fires who he wants. You work for him and spend your days producing something that he can turn around and sell to someone else. This allows him to make a profit. Regardless of whether he's a nice guy or not, his profit calculation will demand that he take into account a few things, like how much he needs you and how many people out there are gunning for your job. The more those people are desperate, for example because without your job they might end up homeless, the more he can push your wage down. The more homelessness or poverty there is, therefore, the better it is for him. Your salary.
Oh,
Gee, that's weird. I wonder why we're seeing so much homelessness and like also record wealth for
in the
certain
stock
individuals.
markets and shit, yeah,
I wonder why
exactly.
that is. And it's
Huh.
almost like the entire system is built upon the principle of ensuring that you have a second class citizen to be part of your cheap labor force.
I wonder.
And I wonder who falls into those categories for being a second class citizen for cheap labor. Oh yeah, marginalized communities.
Salary isn't determined by how dedicated you are or how valuable what you do is, but by how disposable you can be. You can get up and protest him messing with your paycheck like this, but in the back of your mind, you know that if you push back too hard, you risk ending up with everyone else who is fighting to get your job.
Exactly. That's why a majority of people don't do anything. That's why a majority of people don't say shit. And they say things like that one girl in the video earlier, stay out of politics. Because they don't want to they don't want to do this, they don't want to open Schrodinger's box. They don't want to see that the cat is dead.
Yep.
Because it's a shitty thing to have to come to grips with.
You're absolutely
Under
right.
feudalism, people were made to work the nobles' land and hand over the product of their labor. They had no choice and very little freedom to do otherwise. You work the land, or you're going to be in a world of hurt. Now, you need to work the corporate, industrial, or service industry gig and hand over your time and whatever you produce while you're on the clock to the capitalist. In theory, you have the freedom not to work, or to work for whomever you want, as well as to negotiate with your employer. But in the same way serfs needed a place to live and food to put on their table, money from employment in the capitalist industry is necessary to live, and it's not like the power is balanced between the two of you. Not long ago, during the dawn of this new economic system, most workers had to hand over the majority of their life, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, to their employers, often from a young age and in unspeakable conditions. We only very recently made this somewhat more bearable. The reason we haven't made even more improvements today is that capitalism did not actually represent much of a fundamental change from feudalism. The relationship of domination and coercion isn't all that different. It's just that this time, the size of the group with freedom is slightly bigger. A couple thousand instead of a couple hundred. And you don't necessarily have to be born into it. This system, for all its flaws, hasn't been all bad. In general, living standards have improved under capitalism for a lot of people. Capitalism is a net improvement, in some ways, from the society that preceded it. But just like feudal society became outdated, so too has capitalism.
Ooh, he said that thing.
There have always been problems
I
with
wanna
this
go back
narrative
for a
of
quick second,
relationship
'cause
of
he kinda
domination
cooked.
and coercion isn't all that different. It's just that this time, the size of the group with freedom is slightly bigger. A couple thousand instead of a couple hundred. And you don't necessarily have to be born into it. This system, for all its flaws, hasn't been all bad. In general, living.
And that's the key. That's why capitalism was a system that was accepted, because it gives the illusion that just because your name doesn't end in a certain thing doesn't mean that you're, guaranteed into money. So, in theory, common sense wise, a phrase that likes to get used, you have an opportunity, right? And in another word, that's very vague. You have the opportunity to be rich, to be wealthy. But what exactly does it mean to have the opportunity to be rich, to be wealthy? Well, a lot of times you end up discovering that it's nepotism. The most people that have money right now in the United States come from families who have owned generational wealth since the beginning of America's founding. The majority of people. And the only people who have made new money in the past, 15, 20 years that have become rich, it's all tech stuff or defense contracts. That's it. That's it.
Yep.
The only three ways you can make money in America is if your family were property owners and capital owners in America's inception. And yeah, we're gonna go back to the video.
Living standards have improved under capitalism for a lot of people.
Because I feel like I'm ranting.
Capitalism is a net improvement in some ways from the society that preceded it. But just like feudal society became outdated, so too has capitalism. There have always been problems with this narrative of rising living standards, but recently, capitalism has started to fail even the people who once got a decent shake out of it. 2 or 3 generations.
And that's why people are getting pissed now. Because even the fucking, the upper middle class who was benefiting off of like cheap labor exploitation, now they're not getting to, because America has continued to go to the right when it comes to immigration. So we are having less and less and less labor numbers, like less people working in labor. And our economy's taking the shit for it.
Yep.
Not to mention the neoliberal policies of, stuff like NAFTA, where you got rid of the majority of manufacturing in the United States, good paying jobs, union jobs.
Generations ago, it was a no-brainer that a job could get you a house and enough money to support a family, pay your way through college, and get access to healthcare. You weren't exactly free, but you weren't doing too badly either. That is no longer true. The few people at the top have been given so much freedom to keep the money you made for them by working in their offices, at their storefronts, and in their factories that there isn't much left for you. High school and college graduates, once guaranteed stable employment and livable wages, are losing out. Nowadays, between 40 and 50% of college grads are unemployed or working in a job that doesn't require a diploma, indebted at rates that completely overshadow their salaries. And the story's the same across the economy. For someone working at Amazon to make as much money as Jeff Bezos does in just 1 year, they would have to work for 58 years. And that's just with his salary. If we start counting dividends, you'd be working every day of every year of multiple lifetimes just to catch up to Bezos' single lap around the sun. Clearly, it's time for an upgrade. Socialists look at this march of history and ask 2 questions. 1, is there a better way to get the same results as produced under capitalism? And 2, what is it? In other words, how do we keep the parts we like from capitalism, rising living standards, and cut out the parts we don't like, the exploitation, imbalances of power, and massively uneven distribution of those rising living standards?
Yes, instead of protecting the exploitation, as you'll often see with liberals, Democrats, where they'll say things like, oh, we don't want to raise minimum wage because that's going to bring up inflation, right? And that's something that the Democrats have started saying now. They abandoned it. 2016, Bernie Sanders and Democrats were talking about, yeah, we need to raise minimum wage to $15. And that was in 2016.
Yep.
And we still haven't got it. Federal minimum wage is still $7.25.
Yep. I mean, there's kids out here like in California making $15 minimum wage, but there's still not, even 6 years ago that was, or 10 years ago that was outdated. Certain states even need more than that just to live. And even now where, a lot of people do in certain states have $15 an hour, they need even more than 8 years ago, even more than that. The standard that we weren't even meeting then, we need even more than that now just to live. So it definitely isn't keeping up with the cost of anything at all. While, yeah, you're right, they do definitely uh, tell us that they can't afford it, or it's gonna, inflation's gonna happen, all the
What's it going to
excuses.
do to the job creators?
Right, right.
What's it going to do to them?
Yeah, they're not gonna be yes, and some, they put on the news some, company owner who owns like, 3 stores in like 3 different towns talking about how they can't afford it and completely ignore the fact that McDonald's and Walmart, Walmart employees make so little living wage that they can apply for welfare and get it.
Yep. American government pays the majority of Walmart and McDonald's employees.
Welfare.
Yeah. Well, no, not their welfare, but just the majority of their income.
Yeah, absolutely. But, we talk about raising the minimum wage and these, little store owners just scream on the news like, I can't afford it. We're not talking about you. Stop.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Like literally, whenever I hear like, oh yeah, we got Joe Schmo over here with his 20 employee small business, and he's concerned about the raise in minimum wage. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. You're an HVAC guy. Okay,
Right. Yes.
chill.
Stop.
Shut up. Um, Another thing that is really important that he brought up that I think often gets misunderstood about socialism is that when people hear the word socialism, they think about things being taken from you. They think about things being removed from your life. When they think about socialism, they think of no house, slums. When they think of socialism, they conflate it with communism and they think about, the old school Soviet, 15-story apartments, all gray, no green, no windows whatsoever. That's their idea of what socialism is. And that's not. Socialism isn't being poor, isn't living in shitty fucking standards. It is better living standards. It is better homes, safer communities, better schools, better healthcare,
Yep. All these wonderful
improvements.
subsidies that these company owners get, how great of a living standard Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk is. They're living socialism. That's why we always say, socialism for the rich. It's because they understand it. They know that they can benefit off of that. But they make it look like it's bad to us so that we don't go and try to take advantage or get benefits like the way they do because they don't want us to they want that separation. They want to keep their wealth and their power and all of that. I mean, the social, they don't like the word socialism, but social security is amazing. They love their fire department, which is technically socialism. It's a job created to benefit society that is paid for by the government. Those are firefighters. That is a social job. They love the stuff. The term itself scares them.
Yeah. And it's done on purpose.
Yes.
The big answer for socialists lies in who owns things like companies. The argument goes that so long as there is just one, or at the most a few people who own our society's productive enterprises, they will be able to make decisions that benefit them and not us. Your boss, because he has been given the freedom to do so, will use his power to curtail yours. He will always try to push your wages down as low as possible, make you work the longest hours you can, make your working conditions as dire as possible, because it's cheaper that way and rakes in more money for him and the other people who own the company.
And that's why you'll see, what was it? I think it was Wall Street Journal that had published an article that was like, polywork is the new thing and why polywork is the future.
Wow.
Because these motherfuckers, they're like, yo, it's not enough that you work for one of us. You have to work for 2 of us or 3 of us.
Right, or that's
We
why
want
you
all
see
your
on
time.
the news like this heartwarming story of this girl, this 12-year-old girl who went and sold things on the corner street to help pay for her mom's medical bills.
Yeah. And that's one thing that I always like, and I'm glad you used that example because it's something that I've used in the past to try to explain to people how bad of a system capitalism is. And I was like, think about it this way, dude. The best propaganda that they can come up with, people who defend capital, which is mainstream media, the best propaganda they can come up with is, hey, look at this poor person who's suffering. They had to rely on the charity of other people, and that's the only reason they're not dead.
Yep.
Have a great night, everybody. Like, that's their concept of a fluff piece. That's their idea of a feel good story, which is our government has become so bad that people have to rely on the charity of complete strangers to dictate whether or not they will be able to have a life-saving surgery or procedure.
Yep. But socialism is horrible and scary, and it's going to take everything away, though.
Yeah, no, and you know what? Do yourself a favor. If somebody ever tells you that like socialism is bad, ask them what is bad about socialism, and I'm telling you right now, they will start describing the fucking same thing that we're going through right now. They will say socialism is when there's crime, socialism is when there's corrupt government, socialism is when the military is completely out of control and, you know, causing tyranny and killing innocent people. And it's like, yeah, dude, you're talking about us right now. Like, socialism and communism is when roads are bad and people can't afford homes. So you're talking about now.
Right?
Socialism is when people can't afford groceries because things are too high and the cost of living's too big. So you're talking about now.
Right. So you're
Like,
saying America's socialist.
yeah, which, you know, as we're seeing in this video, America is not socialist.
Mm-mm.
We are not.
No.
America is not socialist. Furthest
Nope.
from.
But the things that they think is socialist is what we are, which is technically capitalism.
Yeah. And again, understand that when people say that, like, oh, the failures of socialism, they're not talking about the failures of socialism. They're talking about the failures of capitalism. And not just in this episode, throughout all future episodes, we'll be giving examples of that. But that's just something to keep in mind. That's going to be a reoccurring theme.
Yeah.
You will hear.
While he has to balance that with what other capitalists will do and try to offer better conditions, hours, or wages, every step he makes in the right direction has to contend with his profit margins. If something is unprofitable, even just by a fraction of a percent less, he can't do it. He can't risk some other company being more ruthless than he is and undercutting his business. The only choices that are on the table.
And that's why you'll see streaming companies that'll be like, oh shit, Netflix raised their prices, I better raise my prices. I gotta milk more money. I gotta get more profit.
Yep.
I can't just leave money on the fucking table.
Yep.
You know what they call it? They call it price fixing.
Are the ones that make him wealthier, even if that means making you poorer or generally worse off in the process. Socialists take stock of all these incentives and try to understand how we can change them. Instead of the most important thing being the capitalist profit, how can we incentivize things that benefit all of us, putting more options on the table than just the ones that make the guy at the top richer? And we have a lot of ideas on how we can do this, from central planning, to free association between communes, to worker-owned cooperatives, to cybernetic management. However varied these ideas are, and truly there are a lot of them, they are all united by the same conclusion, that the best way to figure out which ideas benefit everybody to the fullest extent is to let people decide for themselves. Give everybody control over what ideas we want to see happen and how. Instead of a few people at the top setting the rules of the game, everybody should get a say over things like their working conditions. Control over what gets done and how, for everyone, by everyone. Not by some self-appointed class of millionaires and billionaires who get to boss everyone else around.
USA.
And you intuitively know that this works. How many times has your boss made a decision you know is in the wrong, but you're the one who has to live with it? How many times have you been told that there's just not enough in the budget for a raise, or for you to take that day off, but the company is raking in record profits?
Yup, that exactly. How many times have anybody in this chat tried to call into work and they'd be like, yeah, we don't care that you're sick. You need to come in. You need to come in.
Yeah,
But
way too
then-
many times.
But then, towards the end of the year, like, all right, everybody, come in here. We got some generic soda, and we got some frozen pizza that we threw in the oven for ya. So go ahead, grab a slice that's been cut the same way that your class pizza parties used to.
Mm-hmm.
The rich people give the charity slice.
Yep.
Fucking and yeah.
Yeah.
How many decisions?
Sorry, go ahead.
I just really, yeah, really quick. I swear I've heard this theory before, and it's like this really makes me think it's real. Is like the rich people keep the poor people just fed enough to not make them want to riot, and that's how they live.
Yeah, no, it 100%. I mean, the only way that you can keep the masses subjected to what you want them to do is let them have their comforts. Give the illusion of freedom,
Yep.
right? And that's an argument that leftists have been making for a long time is that we don't have any freedoms. We have the illusion of choice, right? Shout out to the late great George Carlin. Like, choice is an illusion for an American. We can go to McDonald's and we can choose, what we want on our burger. We can go to, Baskin Robbins, choose what ice cream flavor we want. We can order a pizza, decide what toppings we want. But if we want healthcare, if we want a good school, if we want protection for women's bodily rights, if we want protections for people who come from marginalized communities, no.
Well, it makes sense.
So,
Yep.
Decisions are kept behind closed doors until they blow up in your face. You might not always have the answers to every problem your company faces, but if the solutions of those at the top are so good, why are their decisions made behind closed doors? Why do they always make them better off and not you? Socialists understand that this isn't a system that makes anybody more free or makes things any more fair. Freedom is a two-way street. I can't be free to do what I want if you have the freedom to stop me from doing it. I can't be free if you make all my decisions for me. By all means, when something only affects you, you should be able to do what you please. But if things like my livelihood get involved, it's only fair that we all get a say. And it's becoming clearer to more people growing up today that their odds of living a decent life aren't as secure as they have been in the past. It's going to come down to a lot of luck whether you end up doing well for yourself and living what we might consider a normal life, even if you work really hard. But even though we see how our current capitalist society is leading us down this unfortunate path, curtailing our freedom, or more generally how the system benefits from things like high unemployment, poverty, and low wages, it can feel scary or even just hasty to jump to socialism for the answer. We can recognize the flawed incentives and inherent economic instability of capitalism and still not know what to do about it. The historical record, after all, hasn't really proved that an alternative system works either. At least, that's what we've been told.
This game. He's about to start cooking.
I know.
That's another thing. That's another thing.
But
you always hear that. You always hear that. You always hear, well, you know what? Capitalism, it's been challenged. And the other stuff didn't win. No, it's never. That's like saying we have a free market. That's like saying there's competition in the market right now when the majority of companies are all owned by like what 5 or 6 different corporations.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I don't understand where people think that capitalism has never been challenged. Like, where was capitalism in fucking, I don't know, 1774? You know?
Well, no.
Like
Well,
all
my
of a
point is
sudden.
though. What they're saying is though, like that's not the point. The point is people try to make the argument of like, oh well, there has been challenges to capitalism, but they've all been unsuccessful. It's been fair fights, and capitalism's never lost. But the truth is, the game's been rigged, right? Like whether it be communism or socialism, communism was fucking banned from America, right? Like when you had the McCarthy era come in and the Red Scare.
Yeah.
Communism was banned. We literally deported people from the United States that we just suspected of being communists. Not even having proof, just like a mere suspicion. Ronald Reagan was one of the big parts of the fucking whole McCarthy thing. Like, he was one of the spies from the United States government who was snitching on people in Hollywood that were socialist or communist and got them in jail or deported.
Yeah.
So,
contrary to what is commonly
it's like socialism and communism's never really had a fair shot.
Believed, the performance of developing countries in the period of state-led development was superior to what they've achieved during the subsequent period of market-oriented reform. There were some spectacular failures of state intervention, but most of these countries grew much faster, with more equitable income distribution and far fewer economic crises during the bad old days than they have done in the period of market-oriented reforms. Moreover, it is also not true that almost all rich countries have become rich through free market policies. The truth is more or less the opposite. With only a few exceptions, all of today's rich countries, including Britain and the US, the supposed homes of free trade and free market, have become rich through the combinations of protectionism, subsidies, and other policies that today they advise developing countries not to adopt.
Exactly what I was saying earlier. That's why I was saying, like, there is no free market, there is no free trade, there is no competition, because not only do we have specific rules for us, we enforce other countries not to do it. How do we enforce them? Do we hold a gun to their head literally? No, but you know what we do say? Hey, we have like 400 military bases across the world, so do you really want to fuck with us and understand the wrath of the United States military? Or do you want to play ball?
Yep.
Do you really want to go against the United States and the United Nations, or are you going to do what the fuck we tell you?
Yeah, you can ask
Don't put
multiple South
subsidies on corn.
American countries.
Don't put subsidies on corn. Don't put subsidies on soy. Don't put subsidies on beef or pigs or, you know.
Right, right. And then when we
Free
buy
market
that shit from
policies
you,
have
tariffs.
Yes. And ultimately, who gets money with tariffs? Who makes the most money with tariffs? The
Well, it has to,
business
yeah, it has to be the
owners.
business because they put they put the cost onto the people, which should be
Yeah.
going to in taxes to the government, which they end up not being taxed, and the money just goes to stock buybacks. Anyway, yeah.
Yep, stock buybacks. Another. Ooh, that was something I was going to bring up earlier. Another thing that liberals defend. A good example, you know, because you were talking about earlier, it's hard to understand, you know, like who defends what and what means what. Like liberals defend the institution and the system and the idea that like stock buybacks are okay,
Yeah.
right? Like that's part of the market. Or like if you're a leftist or a socialist, it's like no, that should be money to like pay people's pensions. That should be money to fucking uh, add to the union strike fund. That should be money that's given as like bonuses and raises for the workers, not executives, not managers, the workers.
Yep, absolutely. Stocks and the stock market is not a part of the economy. That is something that a lot of us progressives, leftists, have been screaming from the top of our fucking lungs for years now. And people just don't get it and don't understand. There's even charts out there that can show you like a really good graph of every time the stock market goes up, people's incomes and the things that they own go down. Like there's this like trajectory of like these mountain ranges that are just exact opposites of each other where you see that like it's just every when the stock market goes down and it sucks and the and that part happens, people's money starts going up. But because people think that the stock market is the economy, and when they see the numbers going down and the red arrows down, they automatically think, "Oh, the economy is bad," but it's not. It's not it
Well,
at all.
the thing is, you have to remember the reason a lot of people associate the economy being, you know, Wall Street and Wall Street being the economy is because of 401ks
Right.
and the way that they're built. So a lot of people do have that interpretation. It's not because they're stupid or because they don't know any better. It's just because, like, in their mind, like, their money, their retirement plan, their nest egg, excuse me, is tied up in a 401k, which is dictated by the strength of the stock market.
Right.
So that's the only thing that I wanted to add to that.
Yeah.
Have made few countries rich so far and will make few rich in the future. That's a quote from economist Ha-Joon Chang in his book 23 Things They Don't Tell You About Capitalism. There's more interesting stuff in there, and it's a pretty casual read if you're interested. And he's not even a socialist, so you don't have to worry about consuming commie propaganda or anything. He's just honest about the shortcomings of capitalism. So what does this mean? Is socialism just when the government does stuff? The answer is no. For starters, that question implies a lot of really horrible things. You think the DMV sucks? Just wait until the government takes over everything else. You think the government is screwing you now? Just wait until they have even more power. Obviously, a world of DMVs as dictators isn't what socialists want. Who in their right mind would defend something like that? Part of the problem is that that question is being asked in a pretty deceitful way. What counts as the government doing stuff? Sometimes government programs are measures for wealth redistribution, like Social Security, welfare, public libraries, and food stamps. Other times it's basic stuff that every government, regardless of its economic model or ideology, takes care of. Things like fire departments, garbage removal, sewers, or streetlights. In this list are also institutions like the police, the military, the FBI and CIA, courts, and prisons. Wherever you are on the political spectrum, there are going to be things on this list that you don't like and other things that you do. When you imply that socialism is when the government does stuff, and you're already primed to be wary of the word, your mind easily jumps to whatever thing the government does that you don't like, or that the present government does the worst, hence the...
And that's something that, like he's bringing up, you always hear people like, oh, dude, you really want the government to be bigger? Fucking, have you ever gone to the DMV? Fucking, like, at the end of the day, no, socialism isn't just about expansive government to the part where they're involved in every single part of your life. It's just that they're at least used as a means of ensuring that your means of production are returned to you. You have the power and you have the dictation on where that wealth goes. It doesn't just go to your boss. It's returned back to you.
Right.
DMV and authoritarian stuff. But regardless, that's not what socialism is. Socialism is a society in which the means of production, factories, farms...
Oh shit, dude. Pre-watch? Pre-watch?
Offices, basically the things that produce for the economy, are held by all in common and subject to democratic decision-making, rather than that of a few individuals. Nothing more. While governments are one way to coordinate this ownership, it's not the only one. What's more, there's a deeper problem with this question. The way we think of government isn't absolute, empty of all context. As humans, we have a hard time imagining a world that isn't like the one we have now, which means we also have a hard time imagining how our governments could be different from the way they exist today, under capitalism. And you already know what that's like. Companies pumping in billions to get some guy elected and in their pocket. Public services working on razor-thin budgets and being genuinely infuriating. The people you cast a ballot for not doing their jobs and getting paid quite a lot to pretend it's not their fault.
Jack.
Every election going to the lesser evil. The default vision of government we all inherit is one of incompetence, unresponsiveness, corruption, and elitism. It benefits a select class of 1%ers and only tosses a few crumbs to the rest of us. The main promise that socialists have to keep is that we can turn this all on its head. That we can truly arrive at democracy, one that isn't awful and out of touch, by directly involving people in the democratic process at their job and stripping all the power away from the billionaires that sit at the helm of massive corporations with the power to lobby democracy away. That we can coordinate, through planning or otherwise, the production of things in such a way that we are producing according to our needs and desires, not for the profit of a select few. Profit-driven markets sometimes get this right, in all fairness, broken clock and all that, but are still very often terrible at delivering on our wants and needs. Hence why housing is so unaffordable for most people, why homelessness is always so high, why education is out of reach for millions, and why healthcare costs continue to skyrocket. The demand is there. Capitalism is terrible at providing the supply. The mission set out by socialists is to deliver on the promises of capitalism that capitalism can't actually provide. To give you and your loved ones the security, the stability, and the good life that you deserve and that is within our means to provide to all, were it not for a few leeches taking advantage of their undue power and getting in the way of everyone getting a livable baseline to build upon. In short, no. Socialism is not when the government does stuff. You get to decide what gets done. You participate, more directly than before, in the decisions that affect your day-to-day life. Socialists aren't against competition.
I don't know,
They're
man.
also-
I don't know. Having more autonomy in your life and being able to decide shit for yourself, I don't know, dude. That sounds kind of scary.
Yeah, I don't
That sounds
know.
kind of fucked up, dude.
In Trump's America right now, I need to be told what to do as a woman.
Yeah. Know your place.
I
Joey,
know.
honestly.
I know. I feel like I'm a heretic even watching this.
Your voice, my choice.
Big fans of innovation, but we don't want to see competition and innovation being used as excuses to push most people towards poverty and make the lucky remaining few ludicrously wealthy. Still, this all sounds well and good in theory, but socialism doesn't work in practice, right?
Oh shit! Is he gonna break it down for us? Is he gonna let us know if it works in practice? I'm curious.
I don't know.
And here we have to pause for a second and understand that socialism, like capitalism, exists on a continuum of policies and ideas.
Oh.
So you're saying that policies and ideas need to continually evolve with the growing and intelligence of the people who are growing with it, not just what
Well,
old rich people are trying to force us to believe in?
and also just this is a key thing here. Continuum.
Yeah.
A continuum, and the reason I say that because it's like, oh, okay, so like socialism and communism isn't this culture bullshit that is often passed, right? Because you'll hear like people of the Jordan B. Peterson-esque mindset, like, well, you have cultural Marxists and they go around saying all these really mean things to white people, and you can't go on college if you're a white man anymore. Like,
Right.
it's fucking yeah. Sorry, I had to. I hate Jordan B. Peterson so much. It's like, okay, we get it, dude. You're addicted to taking benzos and you cry. Good for you, bro. Good for fucking you. Fuck me, man. But yeah, no, like socialism and communism, they're ideologies. They're not this absolute tangible thing. Like it's an ideology.
Yep.
They're everlasting. You can't defeat communism. You can kill like all the communists, and that's what America has, very much specialized in. You can kill, a lot of them, if not almost all of them, virtually, but it's still going to exist.
Yep.
People are still going to revolve back around to that ideology because communism is a response to feudalism and capital.
Right.
That's literally all it is. That's literally what communism is. It is a response to feudalism and capitalism. Just the same with socialism.
Yep.
Because throughout time, things evolve, whether it be ideologies, whether it be political systems, whether it be currencies, whether it be society, things evolve. And with that, everything else kind of has to catch up to it.
Yep.
I support your rights, women's. California, I'm starting to doubt that.
There is no fully capitalist experiment, just like there is no fully socialist experiment. Saying socialism doesn't work is as wrongheaded as saying capitalism doesn't work. More generally, though, it's not
I disagree with that. Capitalism does not work. It does not work. It's a flawed system.
there's a good experimental method to base that conclusion off of. It's not like we can take two countries, control for all their differences, and let them run loose with each economic model. No two countries are the same, start off from the same point, or exist in a vacuum. We can't compare country A to country B and call it a day. Socialist experiments often happened in countries that were poor to start off with, and generally speaking had to contend with a global economy managed by capitalist adversaries. If this were a scientific experiment, it wouldn't get published. That being said, we can look to the archives of countries that have experimented with mostly socialist economics and see how successful they were, despite the circumstances. One place we might look is Salvador Allende's socialist Chile. Allende was a socialist who...
Oh, Salvador Allende. Quick little backstory about this gentleman right here. He was responsible for a lot of good things that were happening in Chile. And then you know what happened?
No.
There's this guy named Augusto Pinochet and the United States government, specifically Henry Kissinger and the State Department. They said, hey, Augusto, we want to train you. We want to fund you. We want to arm you. And some friends. And you're going to go kill some socialists and some communists. And you're going to get to be leader. And we're going to support you. And on September 11th, 1973, that's exactly what happened. Why did they kill Salvador Allende? Because his socialist policies were effective. He took an economy that was on the brink of pure destruction, and not only improved the economic status for the average person, he improved literacy, he improved life expectancy, he gave back a lot of land to people who were indigenous to the area. So he did a lot of great things.
Won the Chilean presidential election of
Until
1970.
Pinochet
In his
fucked it
few
up.
short years as president, and we'll get to why they were so short in just a minute, Allende brought incredible changes to Chilean society. He raised wages. Real wages increased by around 22% in the first full year of his presidency. He lowered taxes. 35% of Chileans were no longer taxed at all. He reined in inflation, lowering it by over 10 points. He funded massive housing programs, building tens of thousands of affordable homes all across the country. Education also got a big boost, and enrollment at all educational levels grew. Universities in particular were made free, increasing enrollment by nearly 90%. Hospitals and other medical centers were opened across the country, particularly in underserved, rural, and poor areas. Allende extended maternity.
Whoa! Rural areas making sure that they have good hospitals and healthcare? That's fucked up, dude.
Leave, doubling it from 6 to 12 weeks. Chile saw
6 to 12 weeks.
Wow.
So they only had six weeks maternity leave, and they increased it to 12. That's pretty badass.
We don't even have any.
poverty and
Exactly. No, that's exactly like, it's so sad. It is so fucked up.
Right?
Isn't
I'm
America awesome? Isn't
I'm like,
freedom great?
no, I'm fucking jealous right now. I'm seeing 6 to 12 weeks looking at a black and white video right now, and I know that I had a fucking C-section and my ass was back to work after 3 fucking weeks. Oh my
Yeah, don't get too
God.
excited because you'll see what exactly happened to the people of Chile.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, more people could more fully enjoy their lives. And interestingly enough, the bulk of this new economy was organized through Project Cybersign, a decentralized network of computers that would take anonymous, self-reported, and voluntary updates from workers in productive enterprises across Chile to identify areas where resources needed to be redirected. The democratic economy in Chile was highly responsive to fluctuating changes, and Chileans reaped the rewards. GDP grew 7% in the first year, production by 13, and consumption by 11. By kicking out capitalist enterprises, not only did the Chilean economy work for more people, it worked better, period.
And that's one of the things too, right? Like, the reason things were so bad is because before Allende got into office, the majority of people who were like in the government, if they weren't part of like the military juntas, like, it was basically just guys that the State Department sent down or backed that would be in government, and then they, would specifically privatize whatever industry and just fuck over every single worker that they could and extract all the resources. And it was just really, really fucking shitty, really bad conditions. And it was, just a very standard form of capitalism. And that's why the State Department and Kissinger specifically wanted to take him out, because it's like, this guy's a problem. Not only did he take out a capitalist, one of our guys, but people are starting to like him, and he's starting to improve conditions, and he's starting to show that like there's a system that's better, and we can't have that. We can't have successful revolutions like we had, whether it be in Haiti or France, or the multiple ones in Russia or even Mexico.
Right.
This kind of response wasn't welcomed by everyone, though. Allow me to pull quotes from a particular document, the Church Commission Report on Chile, one of the only documents released by the American government to the public about the extent of its intelligence agency's intervention in a foreign country.
Ooh, the
These
Church
are all
Report, we
things
talked
the
about that
U.S.
on the
is
podcast.
actually admitting to. Covert American activity was a factor in almost every major election in Chile in the decade between 1963 and 1973.
Whoa, that's weird. America getting involved in government elections? No, that wouldn't happen.
In several instances, the United States intervention was massive. The 1964 presidential election was the most prominent example of a large-scale election project. The Central Intelligence Agency spent more than $2.6 million, $24 million in today's dollars, in support of the election of the opposition. More than half of the Christian Democratic candidate's campaign was financed by the United States. The most extensive covert action activity in Chile was propaganda. It was relatively cheap. In addition to buying propaganda piecemeal, the station often purchased it wholesale by subsidizing Chilean media organizations friendly to the United States. The CIA supported or even founded friendly media outlets which might not have existed in the absence of agency support. The United States' covert efforts to affect the course of Chilean politics reached a peak in 1970. The CIA was directed to undertake an effort to promote a military coup in Chile to prevent the accession to power of Salvador Allende.
Now, you may be asking yourself, how the fuck did America, especially in the 60s and 70s, how did they have contacts in Latin America, specifically Chile? Because that's a pretty far ways away, right? How did they have access? How did they have the networks? Well, interestingly enough, it's almost as if when you send a shit ton of Nazis to Latin America in specific countries to fight communists, it's almost like you have clandestine networks to be ready to operate whenever you need them.
Mm.
So, a little food for thought.
In summary,
you guys tell that I love Latin America politics?
Yep. Yep.
the White House,
I'm
intelligence
getting the link
community,
right now.
multinational corporations, and military wasted millions trying to stop a popular candidate getting elected in a democratic election. And when it failed, wasted another set of millions trying to depose the guy who had improved Chile by nearly every metric.
Yeah, so the United States government spent $24 million in modern money. It was like $6 million back then of their budget just to run propaganda for the Christian Democratic Party. And again, you might be asking yourself, that's kind of weird. The Christian Democratic Party, that sounds almost kind of like Westernish. Yeah, it is. And you know who was part of the Christian Democratic Party? A bunch of former fucking Nazis and the children of them. Funny how that works out.
Their first coup attempt in 1970 would fail, but 3 years later, the US efforts would succeed.
Yeah, the United States did try coupping in 1970, so it was multiple coups. It was multiple times. Not only was it good enough for them to intervene in elections for basically a whole decade, and even before then, really, but they really ramped it up in like from the 60s on. But they also had to,
Allende was ousted as president, opting to
twice.
take his own life rather than be captured when the Chilean army hopped up on CIA money, took over the presidential building. What followed was a new era of American puppet government that imprisoned, tortured, and killed hundreds of thousands of people. And Allende's story isn't particularly unique. There are echoes of this story all around the world, everywhere socialist alternatives started doing a little too well. We don't have a magic button to rewind the clock and try this again. We can't for sure know if things would have happened differently if by some accident of history, socialism had become our global economic model all those years ago when capitalism was born. But we can still try to imagine what we can do from this point forward. There's no doubt that this video won't have answered all your questions. Imagining a different world is a tedious thing to do, and there are a lot of concerns to be addressed. And it's also usually easier to ask questions about something in the future than turn around and ask those same questions about the system we have right now. If we were as critical with our present society as we are with that of the future, would we still choose it? In any case, I've put a link below to a short pamphlet put together by Verso and Jacobin magazine. Most questions people have when first encountering socialist theory are answered in a few short conversational pages.
So that pretty much wraps up, and that's second thought for those who are listening, watching. If you enjoyed this video, which I hope you did, definitely check out Second Thought. He has a lot of great content, and I think he's a pretty good introduction to like a lot of leftist ideology.
And if you guys want to learn more about socialism and South American countries, you guys, I put a link in the chat that is to Hirsch and his brother's Content Confessions Spotify channel, which has all the episodes you guys, you're welcome, has all the episodes you guys need to learn about these Latin American countries.
Yes. So Jimmy, I just want to ask you, what were your overall thoughts on that video? Did you learn anything new? Was there anything that piqued your interest? Was there anything you disagreed with?
I kind of already knew like a lot of this stuff a little bit. It definitely got what I learned from this was the actual real meaning of the term socialism, how it compares to communism, liberalism, and conservatism and capitalism. Uh, definitely makes me want to. I keep telling myself this every fucking week too. Rewatching the content confessions so I can kind of relearn a lot about those countries because I know when you talked about a lot of the South American countries, there was a lot of socialism and communism that was tried to be brought into a lot of those countries where we stopped them. So I think that if we're really, if you know, if we really want to learn about the actual practices or at least tried practices of socialism, I think that's going to be the best area too, and it to find it. And watching this video definitely helped me realize the comparisons between the two, because a lot of people don't understand, the difference between socialism and communism and what they really mean and how they compare and how they're different. Communism now I'm kind of understanding the gist of it. Communism is the ownership of your work as a person, and then socialism is that, but also uh, whoever, the government or whoever is in charge taking care of the people so that their basic needs are met. So socialism is kind of like a form of communism, but adding on to taking care of the people. Am I correct?
Somewhat. I will just say to add to that is communism can often fall under more so not the focus of uh the laborer, but so more the focus of the government and its relation to labor
Okay.
instead of being the other way around, right? Where like, the individual and the people come first.
Hmm.
I think would be an easier, simpler way of putting it.
Right, by owning the means of production, right? Is that's the words that the communists use?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, specifically, like Marx and Lenin,
Right.
uh, their argument and their arguments differed from one another, right? Where like with Marx, he understood with capitalism, it basically ingrains into your mind the need and want for material possessions. And Karl Marx's argument was more along the lines of like wanting things and having things doesn't make you a bad person, right? Like the
Hmm.
idea of ownership, whether big or small, is something that like ultimately will be an infatuation with people, right? But it's like what's important at the end of the day isn't whether or not like someone's own personal vice. It's like do they have um do they have a meaningful life? Do they have the same benefits and the same pay as, whomever they work with? Are they being exploited? So that's more so the argument, and the difference is socialism is the operation of liberties for all individuals using parts of the system and dismantling the other, as to where communism is more just the full dismantling. Like the socialist approach is taking some parts of the institution and fixing them and rewiring them, where communism is like, okay, you know what, we're gonna fucking tear that shit down, we're just gonna do our new, we're gonna do our own. Does that make sense? Is that better? Is that a better understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that's my interpretation. So if somebody feels that I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. But I think honestly, that's a great way to explain it. Neither left nor right. We're gonna skip that video. We have either American Fascism and the Groomer Panic or Project. You know what? We'll do Project 2025, the new fascist playbook.
This episode is made possible by Henson Shaving.
Unless there's something you wanted to add before we
No.
start that. Sorry.
Go for
I shouldn't have assumed.
It's almost that time again. Election season is bearing down on us, and we have some truly strong contenders this cycle. In the red corner, we've got Florida Man, the Penguin, this guy, literally the only black Republican in the Senate, and of course, the God Emperor himself, the man who's so confident that he won't even show up for debates, Donald Trump. And in the blue corner, we've got Oprah's spiritual advisor, Hassan's uncle, the chairman of a gelato company, and the reigning champion, the man who may or may not remember how he got there, Joe Biden. Yes, it's really shaping up to be a once-in-a-lifetime election season, and as always, a life-and-death struggle for democracy and the very soul of the nation, as they all seem to be these days, despite very few differences in Republican and Democratic governance. But there is one thing that actually does make this election cycle a bit different. Conservatives have been lurching towards fascism for years, with the Democrats not far behind, though historically they've been a little more subtle about it.
And this is one of the reasons I love his videos, because that's the shit that I've been saying for a while, and people always try to disagree. They'll try to say, like, oh, well, I don't really see it. It's like, no, like, Republicans have been moving us more closer and closer to fascism, and Democrats just kind of stay like a couple steps behind because they have to seem and make the appearance as if they're, you know, in opposition or an answer to.
Right.
But recently, the American right has dropped a hot new single, Project 2025. If you thought they were bad before, just wait till you get a load of this. In today's episode, we're taking a look at the new conservative plan to seize total control and what it means for the future of the country.
I hope that he talks about it in the fact that, like, this has always been
Project
kind of part of the
2025.
Republican
What is
platform,
it?
though. Or at least some of the aspects of
Spearheaded
it.
by the Heritage Foundation,
Right.
Project 2025 is a massive 920-page conservative manifesto detailing how they intend to give the president vastly more power, destroy bureaucracy, root out woke propaganda, appoint vetted far-right freedom fighters at every level of government, and have it all ready to implement the day the next conservative president is elected, which they assume will be 2025, hence the name. Despite Trump obviously being the favorite, the plan is not dependent on any particular candidate winning, but can be implemented with any figurehead at the reins, who will become essentially completely unaccountable. God Emperor was supposed to be a joke, but here we are. You may have seen this book floating around online, The Mandate for Leadership. This is what most people assume Project 2025 to be, but this is actually just one part of a much larger conservative master plan. Project 2025 has 4 core pillars. First, the policy, as outlined in the 920-page document. This is where all the heinous and frankly disturbing policy proposals live, and don't worry, we'll look at some of those in a bit. 2, the personnel database, which has been described as the conservative LinkedIn, as if LinkedIn wasn't cringe enough already. This will be a repository for conservative resumes from people across all sectors and from all walks of life, to be selected as needed to staff positions in every level of government, at both the federal and state level. 3, training. They've got a new online institute, basically PragerU, but for people who like to wear poorly tailored suits and fantasize about rolling back environmental regulations. This training program will create willing and able soldiers to serve on the front lines in the war on the woke cabal of the deep state. And finally, 4, the 180-day playbook, a step-by-step guide for the new conservative emperor to systematically implement the policies listed in the manifesto. Think IKEA assembly instructions, but for fascism. These 4 pillars are the key components of the project, and taken together, they offer a
But wait a minute, I thought Trump wasn't fascist.
pretty comprehensive vision for the dystopian future the right hopes to usher in. It's all pretty alarming. But where exactly does this come from? Let's take a look at some of the names behind the project. If you flip through the first pages of the PDF, because let's be honest, we're not about to give the Heritage Foundation $35, you'll find a list of far-right think tanks, advisory groups, and business and government figures who contributed to the project. Some of the names include Donald Devine, once
I'll run
called
to
by
the
the
bathroom
Washington
really quick.
Post Reagan's terrible swift sword of the civil service, for his eagerness to slash spending and fire people. Stephen Moore.
So, yeah, slash spending and fire people, you know, austerity politics. And what do I mean by austerity politics? Basically, it's just the principle where it's like any sort of social programs, anything that is seen as like an overall loss, looking at it from a business standpoint, is going to get cut because it's all about, you know, eliminating redundancies.
Moore, the well-known conservative author and right-wing economist, with such credentials as working for the very legitimate FreedomWorks and serving as a Fox News contributor. And Peter Navarro, who is notable for being one of just
Joe
3 people
Biden's
who worked
evil
with Trump
brother.
for the duration of his term without being fired. He's also
Goddamn.
a little bit obsessed with China, having written 3 truly awful books on the subject: The Coming China Wars, Death by China, and Crouching Tiger.
Oh my God.
The manifesto credits 35 total authors, as well as dozens of contributors, all with their credentials listed. It's about what you'd expect. A lot of people from the Heritage Foundation, some military goons, a smattering of former Trump officials, extremist economists, and a considerable number of people who have worked in climate, energy, immigration, and legal positions under conservative governments. What you won't see a lot of in the acknowledgments is religious credentials, which you'd think would be important given how much the document leans on Christian language. This should be your first indication that maybe the people who loudly proclaim their faith aren't really all that Christian, and they're just using it to win brownie points among their religious conservative audience. There's actually a lot of overlap here with the topic of our last video on Christian nationalism. These people use religious rhetoric, but a little bit of digging reveals that the God they pray to is not the God of the Bible, but a mythologized vision of America itself. Much like fascists throughout history have relied on a glorious false past to act as a North Star to guide them into the Promised Land, so too have American fascists wrapped themselves in comforting mythology, proving that what they are doing is not only just, but divinely inspired.
And I'm glad he brought it up from that perspective, because you see it now. A lot of the argument is, it's divine intervention. God told them to do this. Especially with the assassination attempts, you saw God be brought up, whether it was brought up by Donald Trump himself or any of his fanatic followers. It's become more than just like running for position or having an ideology. It's like it's God-given. It's manifest destiny.
When you have a higher power on your side, it's pretty easy to justify horrific acts. Okay, with the brains behind the project out of the way, let's get into the nitty-gritty. What exactly do these people want? What's their end goal? Well, there are 4 main priorities. In their words, they want to 1. Restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. 2. Dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. 3. Defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. And 4. Secure our God-given individual rights to live freely. What our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. Okay, you can probably already see where some of this is going, but let's start with the boring stuff. The nuts and bolts of manipulating the federal government to serve the right. A lot of this project centers around gutting what's called the administrative state. This is stuff like the EPA, FEMA, HUD, the Fed, stuff like that. The humdrum logistical stuff that nonetheless often plays an important role. Or sometimes not. Looking at you, DHS. There's a lot of this stuff, so much so that it's often called the 4th branch of government, and it deals with the day-to-day operations of the country, everything from transportation to environmental regulations, food and water safety, and so on. Most of these agencies are created when a law is passed that makes people think, there really should be a group of people responsible for making sure food is safe for consumption, or whatever. The government slaps together an elite team of nerds, that is to say, subject matter experts, people who actually know what they're talking about, and there you go, you've got the FDA. The FDA then takes over the task of enforcing whatever regulations they come up with in administrative courts. But this is all really boring. All you need to know is that a lot fewer people die because the FDA exists, and we have fewer polluted rivers and extinct species because the EPA exists. Conservatives don't really like rules in general, especially rules that protect the environment or poor people, so these agencies need to go. It's not good enough that the president can appoint the heads of these admin agencies, for example, Trump appointing a fossil fuel executive to head the EPA. No, conservatives want complete power over everyone in these agencies. Because right now, the subject matter experts at, say, the EPA are not beholden to politics. They just come to work and try to figure out how to protect snails. Or something. Much of the argument here centers around whether these agencies are constitutional. Conservatives like to claim that since the Constitution didn't explicitly say federal agencies like these were part of their master plan, they're government overreach and should be dismantled. Historically, federal courts have disagreed with this assessment, so until now...
Yeah, brother, because you know what? In the Constitution, It doesn't say that we have a God-given right to clean water and national parks. We shouldn't fucking have it. You know what I mean? Fuck it, dude. And you know what? In the Constitution, it doesn't say anything about having dogs or cats. So, bye. No more pets. Fuck it, dude. It's not in the Constitution. If it's not in the Constitution, if it's not protected in it, don't have it.
Now, we can rest assured that our milk has been pasteurized and our water isn't contaminated with lead. But here's the thing with the whole constitutionality argument. Who cares? Most countries around the world scrap their constitutions entirely when the people decide they're no longer relevant or they need to be overhauled. Only the United States has this weird reverence for the Constitution and the Founding Fathers.
Yup.
Part of that is due
And I wonder why that is. Let's see if he says why.
to the relatively short history of the country. The US has only really existed for a couple hundred years. When you look around the world and see some of your peer nations have a couple thousand years of history, you might feel the need to mythologize your past just a little bit to make your nation seem special. The Founding Fathers have been elevated to godlike status, especially among conservatives. But the truth is, they were a bunch of frat boys. Okay, not all of them. Ben Franklin was 70 and Washington was 44. But a lot of them, dear viewer, are younger than you are right now. Alexander Hamilton, the one with the annoying fan club, he was 21. And he wasn't even the youngest. Anyway, the point is, when you look at historical events without the rose tint of mythology, you see a bunch of normal people just kind of making it up as they go along. It's normal that things change over the centuries. What's considered constitutional should reflect the values and norms of the time. That little tangent aside, let's get back to the goals of Project 2025. We talked about the boring stuff, wanting to gut the administrative state, but what else is in there? It's 920 pages after all, they've got to have some other ideas. Well, a lot of it is what you might expect. As Trump stated on numerous occasions, they want to kick the cultural Marxists out of the Department of Education, demolish the deep state, and combat woke ideology at all levels of government. They plan to do this by making extensive use of Schedule F, a piece of legislation established at the federal level by Trump, which allows the president to fire federal government officials at will, presumably for not sufficiently bending the knee. The project calls for an executive branch with essentially unchecked power, making the president basically unaccountable to Congress. They want to dismantle the liberal system to build one more favorable to conservatives. That means scrapping environmental protections, moving away from globalism, punishing corporations for DEI language, which is funny because it sounds like they actually think these corporations genuinely believe their DEI statements. They want to escalate tensions with China by ending economic engagement entirely, crack down on immigration, criminalize LGBT expression. They claim that any talk of gender, gender identity, and so on is pornography and should be banned, and has no First Amendment protections. They want to scrap.
That's weird, dude. I thought, like, free speech absolutism was an essential thing for patriots, and I don't know. Kind of not absolute free speech.
Mm-mm.
If you can't, if your speech can't involve gay people or
That's
trans
right.
people.
Scrap labor discrimination policies.
And that's the shit that I hate, because and I brought it up before, like, I hate the the hypocrisy baiting type thing, but it's so frustrating to just see the double standards. And whenever there's a debate between somebody from the left and right, they never have to defend that point. They never have to call out or like be accountable for that hypocrisy. It's just a bunch of bullshit that they get to go off on, and it's
Right.
infuriating.
Yep.
Gender identity is freedom of expression covered under the First Amendment,
Yep.
but not according to conservatives, because you're not a person.
Right.
Quote, maintain a biblically based, social science reinforced definition of family, meaning scrap protections for same-sex marriage, and plan to, quote, secure our God-given individual rights to live freely, unless, of course, you're one of the aforementioned groups they intend to criminalize out of existence.
Yeah.
Right.
In that vein, to touch very briefly on their views on pornography, if you read the text, they basically just mean any discussion of gender, abortion, or any identity other than straight and cisgender. They want all instances of this kind of language stripped from society. While it's a little cliche to compare the conservatives to Nazis, you know what books were the first to be burned? Which institutions were the first to be shuttered?
Trans.
Books on gender and sexuality, and
Yep.
institutions that studied these topics.
Yep.
Exactly. Fucking exactly.
That's fucking
first
great.
The first targets, and I've said this before, and people were like, no, dude, no. The first targets of the Nazis were the gay and trans communities and socialists and communists. Those were the first fucking groups that they went after.
Yep. When the whole book banning and shit started in Florida again, just this last year with Ron DeSantis, that was the first thing that we were all screaming was literally Google what were the first books that were banned in Germany during World War II. And it will tell you it was the gay and trans books and research that were burned. They literally erased any research that they had been and progress that they had been making on trans community.
Yeah.
And you
any
don't see
doctor
it
that was
now?
and any doctor that was involved in any of the procedures, they were either jailed or executed on the spot.
Right.
Because they used a lot of their brown shirts to go in and do it.
Right. And we're not seeing the start of this now. I mean, not only with the book banning, but the jailing of doctors. Come on.
Yeah, who else has been
Especially for
talking about that?
abortion.
Yeah.
But, okay, we know elected conservatives are like one step removed from outright fascism at this point. But how are they justifying this? Yes, we all know they just forced this stuff through if they could. But, at least for now, they still have to play by the rules of Western liberalism. So, the key to their plan is to lean on unitary executive theory, which dates back to the devil himself, Ronald Reagan.
Oh, God.
Well,
in a nutshell,
literally every reason why our life sucks revolves back to Ronald Reagan. I swear to fucking God, dude.
Political
That's what
theory
we get
suggests
for
that
hiring
maybe
the
having
Marlboro
three
Man as
separate
our
but equal
president.
branches of government isn't a good idea, and that instead, the executive branch should dominate the relationship. Reagan's team came up with this notion to help facilitate deregulation, and it kind of just stuck. Every president since Reagan has made use of this theory to wield just a little bit more power than they probably should have. Bush Jr. justifying his invasion of Iraq, Obama justifying widespread US deployment overseas, Trump's Muslim ban, and so on. Now, the Project 2025 ghouls want to make sure the president has essentially unchecked
Hi,
power,
Roxy.
that Congress cannot
We
prevent
are.
the president from doing what they
Hey,
want
girl,
to do,
hey.
however heinous their pet projects may be.
She's like, why the fuck are
There's
you
a
not
whole
on
conversation
Overwatch?
about unitary
Yeah,
executive
get
theory
the
in
fuck on
government
Overwatch,
circles.
she says.
People are
Yup.
writing books about it,
I
and
hope
having
work
very
was
important
okay.
conversations with very smart people. And you
Yeah.
know what? That's what makes this so scary. The Republicans talk a big game about destroying cultural Marxism or waging war on woke, but that's just bluster. When they start coming up with justifications within the liberal framework, the Democrats will cave like they always do. Every single time we see them play ball with the far right, they cede a little more ground each time.
We literally just got done seeing this man right here. Sonny, yeah. Someone stole my butterscotch candy, son. We literally saw this fucking demented bat shaking hands with the guy that for the past, how many years? 10 years? They've been telling us is the worst thing to happen to democracy. And
For a
be like,
threat
yeah,
to
good luck.
democracy.
Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun, Jack. Don't eat all the ice cream.
Oh, yep.
Then you get a president like Biden, who just straight up accelerates the process by speeding up border wall construction, approving a record number of oil drilling permits, and then when he inevitably loses because
I'm
everyone...
sorry, but his fucking face. I just want to go back for a second. Let's see if I can go back. Hold on.
Then you get...
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. That's like typical old man who's losing it face. Like,
Yep.
Sonny. Shit,
That's the face the old man makes after he just got through yelling at kids to get off his yard, and his daughter, his actual daughter, comes up and asks if he okay.
Yo, this is one of the customers Roxy had to deal with tonight. They're like, I had a coupon. I just found it. You didn't scan it. I want a refund.
For real.
Get a president like Biden, who
Sorry,
just straight up
his
accelerates the
fucking
process
face,
by
dude.
speeding
I
up border wall
know.
construction, approving a record number of oil drilling
was good.
permits, and then when he inevitably loses because everyone is upset with him, the Project 2025 people swoop in and the Democrats just go along with it because it's technically legal. Not to do it again, but most fascists throughout history have come into power through technically legal means. And then they change what's legal so you can't get them out again. Well, that's all pretty grim, huh? What's the solution here? Do we
They
just
change
vote
the
harder?
laws to fit what
No.
they want to
I mean,
be able
do
to
that if you want, especially if you think you can make a difference at the local level.
And Democrats capitulate to it every time.
Yeah.
But things have gotten worse for us
But also
with
give me
every single
$5.
president.
I'm
And
Nancy
things have
Pelosi,
certainly
give me
gotten worse for people
$5.
living in the third world as the US gets more and more vicious abroad as our empire declines. The solution is the same as it's always
You're going
been.
to bed,
Mass
Roxy?
movements.
Lame.
Join an organization. Unionize your workplace. Learn to defend yourself and your community from fascist vigilante violence. Keep yourself safe online. Learn your rights. Educate yourself and those around you. Things like Project 2025 don't happen in a vacuum. There is an economic base to these developments. The US is losing ground on the world stage, and will soon be superseded by China as the dominant economic power. Domestically, the average worker is worse off now than in living memory. We can't afford the skyrocketing cost of housing, food, healthcare, utilities. Everything is going up, except wages. We have no mandated paid sick leave or parental leave. We have no benefits, no labor protections, no chance for advancement as more and more companies move to the gig model of employment. These are structural problems caused by the very nature of capitalism. Run the simulation 1,000 times and we'll end up right here every single time. The race for endlessly increasing profits results in monopoly, overaccumulation, a falling rate of profit, economic desperation among the masses, and a surge of reaction that carries fascism to the very top. You want a different result? Break the machine that powers these societal evils. If capitalism is allowed to survive, we will not. I mentioned at the beginning of the video that this episode...
Like unfettered capitalism.
No, capitalism.
That's true.
Capitalism. Like,
Yeah,
when you
you're right,
say...
you're right. Infinite growth with finite optics, you cannot do that. I understand.
Yeah, because when you say things like, "Oh no, what they unfettered capitalism," that's to try to justify it and say that like capitalism is good. It's just misused. No. It's gonna always be misused because it's a whole ideology that's revolves around the concept of cheap forced labor.
Yeah.
Like they couldn't. The reason he brought up in before, right, like with the feudal going from the feudalistic era to capitalism, was for the mere sake of like they couldn't get away with serfdom in the form that it used to be, right? Because they had access to a lot of the machinery. They would have to buy the machinery or own it and do all the work, so they had more access to it. They could hold on to stuff a little bit more. And they were like, wait a minute, no, we can't have that because more people are getting rich. Like, they're doing it for other people too, and they're getting their money and not having to pay the same tax rate. And we can't have that.
Right.
That's bad. Let me know if y'all end up getting on. Sounds good, Roxy.
Okie dokie.
But yeah, it's I love that video. I thought it was really good. It's a good breakdown into understanding just exactly what to be expecting over the next 4 years. And again, like take Trump for what his word is, and hopefully we get proved wrong.
Right.
Let's see.
I don't think we're going to be though.
No. So we're gonna go and we're gonna talk about hold on, where the fuck is the we're gonna talk about our boy. We're gonna talk about Pete Hegseth, the new member of Trump's cabinet. I believe he's the Secretary of Defense, right? Is that what he got picked for?
I believe so, yes. I think so, yeah, that's what I got.
Okay, well, double check. I'm gonna actually Google that really quick because that's gonna bother me. I'm pretty sure Secretary of Defense. I'm gonna double check the. Oh my God, there's the only things that are popping up are the sexual assault charge, and oh my God, that's all that's popping up.
Hold on, I have it in Discord or in my notepad actually. No, in Discord. Um
Yeah, State Department. He's going to be running the Pentagon, which means, you know, if there's a certain protest or whatever the case is, this guy is just going to be like, "Oh, you want me to send the fucking military in on him? You got it, boss."
Now.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman in Denver, Colorado, broadcasting from PBS 12, right here in Five Points Media Center, also home to our colleagues at Free Speech TV, a wonderful media center. Joined by Democracy Now!'s Nermeen Sheikh in New York.
Concerns are mounting over Trump's pick to lead the Pentagon, Fox News host and military veteran Pete Hegseth. CBS News reports.
Just keep this in mind. The guy who's going to be running the Pentagon was a fucking Fox News analyst.
Yep.
A fucking Fox News analyst. The guy who was on during yawn time hours.
Yep.
Reports that Hegseth was
and if
one
you
of 12
remember
national.
during when Trump was president, there was that military guy who was like everybody was pissed off because he had like shot somebody from the Middle East while he was getting medical care or something, and everybody was like, "No, that's horrible." This is the guy who actually had that guy's back and talked Trump into giving him a pardon.
Yeah. Like he was like, "Yeah, come on, you got to forgive him, dude. Look, he shot a guy who was Muslim, so it's cool." It's
Yeah, he
good.
stabbed him a bunch of times. And apparently, he like shot a little girl. He was getting He ended up getting pardoned by Trump anyway, but
And you might say, well, that's kind of like drastic and dramatic. It's like, how do you know that he doesn't like, you know, people that are Muslim or, you know, Arab? Well, we're going to get to that in a little bit. Don't you worry.
Mounting over Trump's pick to lead the Pentagon, Fox News host and military veteran Pete Hegseth. CBS News reports that Hegseth was one of 12 National Guard members who were removed as guards for President Biden's 2021 inauguration over possible extremist ties.
Whoa. Him and 12 other people were removed from their duty because of suspicions from the military that's already like right wing for being too right wing.
Hegseth has tattoos associated with the white supremacist and neo-Nazi movements.
Whoa. White supremacist and neo-Nazi movements? Dude, that's the Jerusalem cross, man. It's Jewish. Because it's from Jerusalem.
Right. That's what they say.
As people on TikTok are apparently saying. I don't have TikTok. This is just something I've been told. But yeah, this right here, the Jerusalem cross, and
Yep.
what is the Jerusalem cross? Well, let's take a quick look. Also known as the fivefold cross, a heralded cross and a Christian cross variant, consisting of a large cross potent surrounded by 4 smaller Greek crosses, one of each quadrant. Widely popularized during the Christian Crusades in the Holy Land. It was used as the emblem and coat of arms of the Kingdom of Jerusalem from the 1280s.
Right.
So it was a symbol that was associated with killing people who were Jewish and Islamic.
Yep. By Christians.
By Christians. You know, the Crusades. Because for some reason people love the Crusades and they love talking about it, but they don't remember exactly like who the enemies were of the Crusades.
Yeah.
Nobody ever likes to talk about that for whatever reason. Oh, we gotta go back over here. Skirt. Yeah, that's this guy. Why is he so obsessed with this? Oh shit, he served overseas in the Middle East by the Holy Land?
Right.
including what's known as a Jerusalem cross, a symbol used by Christian nationalists. Meanwhile, officials in Monterey, California, have confirmed police investigated Hegseth as part of an alleged sexual assault that occurred in 2017 at a hotel where Hegseth addressed the California Federation of Republican Women.
Yep.
Pete Hegseth has also been a vocal opponent of the Pentagon's embrace of multiculturalism and the Pentagon's decision to allow women to serve in combat. Hegseth, who once served at Guantanamo, made headlines in 2000.
Oh, he served at Guantanamo, so
Yeah.
he's torturing people too. That's cool.
Yep.
19 for pushing Trump to pardon U.S. soldiers accused of war crimes, including one convicted of murder.
See?
We're joined now by Jeff Sharlet, journalist and author, professor of English and Creative Writing at Dartmouth College. His book, The Undertow: Scenes from a Slow Civil War. Professor Sharlet's new piece for Religion Dispatches is headlined, Meet Pete Hegseth, the man who will lead the entire U.S. military, a man deemed an extremist by the U.S. military. Well, let's start
Which is
right
a crazy
there, Jeff
thing
Sharlet.
to think of, because
Explain.
how much assault and horrible things go on in the barracks, in military bases, that these boys get away with so much. And he had to be so bad to where he was deemed an extremist in the military.
They couldn't even cover up for him. That's how blatantly obvious and bad it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
That's a good one. Yeah. He was so bad that they couldn't cover for him, which is what they do.
What you mean. Who called him an extremist, and what are Pete Hegseth's views?
The number one person who called Pete Hegseth an extremist is Pete Hegseth. It's page 1 of his new book, The War on Warriors. It's the way he leads out his interviews. This idea that he was too extreme for today's woke military, dominated, as he puts it, his words, by trans, lesbian, black females. And so he tells a story of being pushed out of the military.
God.
We can't actually confirm that. No one can confirm that. I think what's more important about it is that he wants that story out there. He wants it known that he is too far to the right for the armed forces.
So the military still did
So,
kind of
Jeff Sharlet-
cover for him, didn't release why he got kicked out of the military. This is himself going out saying that he got kicked out of the military because he's too extreme.
Yeah.
So technically the
And
military
that's what
did
I'm
cover for
saying.
him.
Like, they kicked him out without leaking it because, you know, they couldn't cover it up like within house.
Right.
But they're always going to look out for each other overall. They're never going to leak that to the public. That's going to be shit that's handled in house.
Right.
But yeah.
Could you explain, what do you think led Trump to name him?
I gotta go
So
use the
Pete
bathroom one more
Hegseth,
time.
one, he's
you don't mind taking
from
over?
Central
Yeah, of
Casting.
course.
He's got the chiseled jaw. He's got the biceps.
Might
And he
go take a
flexes on
couple
his
puffs, too.
Instagram showing
I'm
off
dying.
his tattoos that are from the white supremacist world. But he really came to Trump's attention through his advocacy for 3 military personnel charged or convicted of war crimes, and most famously Eddie Gallagher, the Navy SEAL, who,
Remember him, you
who
guys?
his own men said that he stabbed to death a teenage prisoner who was receiving medical care, shot deliberately a young girl. And Hegseth used his platform to say, to sort of amplify Trump's idea. We've heard that Trump says the one rough hour, that violence is needed. And Trump liked it. But more than that,
The
Hegseth
one
promises
rough
in his book,
hour.
the first war he's going
Wow.
to wage is against the U.S. military. That's whom
Yep.
he describes as the domestic enemy, the enemy within, to
Yep.
purge the generals who are disloyal to Trump and
Yep.
replace them who will do absolutely the commander's will. And I'm not paraphrasing. That's what's startling to me about this pick and the reaction to it is we speak of it as concerns. Here's a man who wrote a book declaring his intention to wage not metaphorical, but actual war within the United States. That's
Yep.
what he says. He says, this is not a political project anymore. This is a civil war.
Yep.
Is
He
anything
did.
known at all
Jeff?
about his foreign policy positions? What does he think about the position of the U.S. military around the world?
That's actually that's another part of what makes him appealing to Trump is on the one hand, he writes in traditional fascist style that war is absolutely necessary for what he calls normal men to realize their masculinity. On the other hand, like Trump, he presents this kind of isolationist posture. It's not that he doesn't want Israel to wage total war. He doesn't care as much about it. So then he says, okay, so where is this war? The war is within, and we will depend on the so-called normal men in Israel. He is, however, and this is important, he's a Christian nationalist. He believes absolutely in the idea of the ingathering of Israel as a stage toward the book of Revelation and the Bible. So he sees Israel's war on the Palestinians as biblical prophecy and one that must be supported for the sake of Christendom.
Yup. That's
And we
that
want to continue on
Christian
that strain and also
second
talk
Christ,
about Governor
second coming of
Huckabee,
Christ thing in
also
Israel.
a proud Christian nationalist who President Trump has nominated to be the ambassador to Israel. But I wanted to stick with something you said for one moment and that you wrote about, Jeff Charlotte, in your piece. You laughed about, his biceps, but it's what's on his biceps, those tattoos. On his chest, he had inked a Jerusalem cross, a symbol of the Crusaders' holy war against Muslims and Jews.
Ooh.
And on the flip side of his bicep, there's this featured on his Instagram, Deus Vult, God wills it. It's more Crusader kitsch and popular with white supremacists.
Yep.
Talk more about this, and then we'll play what he has to say to, for example, to Netanyahu.
So Hegseth talks a lot about his tattoos. They're important to him. He began getting them around 2016. The very first one was a cross with a sword running down the middle,
So
which he
after
said
the
was a
MAGA,
tribute to one of his favorite biblical verses, Matthew 10:34. This is
movement.
taken by those who want not a peaceful Christianity, but a war religion. It's where Christ says, I come to bring not peace, but the sword. He then starts adding this as I say, Crusader kitsch, because it's important. The Jerusalem cross, is always a political symbol. It's not a symbol of spiritual struggle, just like Deus Vult. But it really, this imagery comes into popular culture not through deep study of history, but through a 2005 Ridley Scott movie, The Kingdom of Heaven. Much like the right at one point was emulating Braveheart, now they're emulating this movie, this idea of the Crusader Knight, who wages holy
Remember
war
Braveheart, y'all?
against Muslims, against Jews. In Hegseth's book, he talks at great length about the story of Gideon from the book of Judges. And what's interesting to him about Gideon is that Gideon's first step was to purge the enemies within. That was the first battle. And then he emphasizes another part. Gideon goes to war.
I'm back, by the way, and I'm gonna pause really quick because you had brought up something too, right? Like, and they're talking about it a little bit here. The average person who, when they hear, somebody who's a leftist or even unfortunately liberals that still support fascists, but they'll try to cry out about them, they'll have this argument. Oh man, the swastika, it was a Buddhist symbol and it meant love and peace and enlightenment. Or, with the cross, a lot of the arguments that you'll see online, specifically from people who are either Nazis themselves or in support of Nazis or in part of some nationalist movement in general, they'll say things, oh, no. That's not a Nazi symbol. That's a Catholic symbol. That's a Christian symbol. It's no, okay, first of all, it represents what? The Crusades. What were the Crusades about? Exterminating Muslims and Jews. That's what it was about. That was the whole point of the crusade, to exterminate them, to spread the word of God, right? So it's not about like, oh, well, the symbolism, it's pure intention, it's real intention. No. We can't talk about what its original inception was because there is context to it. It's modern interpretation because symbols over time evolve, just like traditions, just like culture, just like ideology. Now, the other thing that they brought up was the Matthew 10 the Matt 10:34, okay? Yes. Matthew 10:34. Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. The verse continues.
I'm so glad you brought. No, I'm glad you brought this up because I literally screenshotted this exact thing. And I was
Yeah,
gonna bring it
no.
up too.
The verse continues, for I have come to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and no one's foes will be a member of one's own household. So it's basically saying, like, if people aren't believers, regardless if they're your mom, they're your daughter, they're your son, your brother, whatever, like, you must fight against them, and you must
For him.
exterminate them.
For
Yes.
Jesus, yes. So
Now,
the second part of that paragraph it describes it. It says some say that Jesus was challenging us to prioritize our relationship with him, and that when people do, they become better at human relationships, which doesn't fucking make sense. Like you're literally wanting me to put up a sword against my mother-in-law or my sister-in-law or my father or whatever to prove how much I love Jesus. That's like the what is his Abraham with his child. He was getting ready to
mhm.
bring him up onto the mountaintop. He was going to sacrifice him for God, and then God told him to stop and only sacrifice a sheep. But still, to me in my head, I'm like, I would never, ever, ever, ever kill my own kid just to prove my relationship with an invisible sky daddy. It doesn't make sense. But these guys, this guy believes it. Do not think I have come to bring peace on to this earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. What kind of loving, caring Christian God is this that you guys are starting to say that this is? This
well,
Christian nationalism is scary.
and if you want to try to use the context, the false context that people try to uh, bring to you when they dismiss its importance and what it stands for, as you ask yourself, well, who exactly used these phrases? Who saw these slogans and were like, "Yo, that shit's spitting right now," like that's what I'm about.
Yeah.
It was the Templars. It was the Knights Templar, and those were some of the worst fucking human beings in the world. So that's the 1034 to give more context. So it's not just a Jerusalem cross. Okay. Now, Deuce Volt. Let's see. There's a lot of people online who are trying to say Deuce Volt. Oh, it's just um,
God
it's a
will it.
Christian thing. It's a
Yeah.
count. Yeah, God wills it, right? In modern times, like modern different contexts, have been used as a metaphor. God's will. Meanings, variants, history, the First Crusade. It's weird. The Crusades brought up again. All these things having to do with the Crusade. That's
Right,
really
because while they were
fucking weird.
killing Jews and Muslims, they were saying God wills it, kind of like what they're doing with the Jews are do or the Israel is doing with Palestinians right now. God wills it. You know, like they're enforcing the death upon all these people, but they're like, if God says it's going to happen and we get to live here, then this is what God wills. It's supposed to happen. That's what the Christian nationalists are saying about what's happening out there as well. You know, even though it's us that is, killing off a bunch of people in a land, they're saying that, God is willing this. This is what God wills. The second coming of God, the Antichrist, and all this stuff it's supposed to happen. Revelations is supposed to happen. God is willing this.
No, exactly. And here's the next part of this, the part that never gets made in the screenshot when people try to say, oh, no, this is what it means. Adoption by right wing groups as a slogan.
Huh.
Oh. Deuce Volt has been adopted as a slogan by a variety of Christian right and Christian nationalist groups, as well as alt-right and white supremacist group. The usage was disseminated widely online through hashtags and internet memes. So 4chan, fucking surprise. Crusader memes, such as an image of the Knight Templar accompanied by the caption, I'll see your jihad and raise you one crusade, are popular on far-right internet pages. It is one of several pieces of Crusader imagery used by groups characterized in the Washington Post as far-right Christian nationalists and dominionists. One perspective is that racist movements co-opt slogans and iconography in the European medieval period to evoke a fantasy of pure white European heritage, a nostalgic view that is historically inaccurate and been denounced by medievalist scholars as a gross distortion of history. Again, things like the one drop rule. So when I say one drop rule, basically it's the belief from people who are nationalists, white nationalists, Christo-fascists, the like, which basically say if you have 1% of blood that isn't white, and what I mean by white is the pure white, European white, Anglo-Saxon white, Hitler's idea of perfect white. That was, the ultimate. Excuse me, I had to burp. Difference. Default slogan's been used by perpetrators of right-wing terrorism, used by the perpetrator of the 2017 Quebec City mosque shooting. One of the tattoos on the body of the perpetrator of the 2023 Allen, Texas outlet mall shooting. So people who have this tattooed on them have been involved in mass shootings. So that's a pretty cool sign.
Interesting. Yeah.
Not a red flag at all. The slogan, as well as other Knights Templar imagery, has also been associated with far-right subgroups in the U.S. that merge Christian nationalism with gun culture. Interesting.
Wonder why that guy has a tattoo of a gun underneath his American flag.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, in Warsaw, Poland.
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely seeing the connection now. It's very interesting how they do that.
Yeah,
Because
this
there's
is
a lot
him.
of people on TikTok that see that and they say they see the Jerusalem cross and they're saying that it's just a Christian symbol.
They never show this though. They never show this in contextualization of that. So
Yeah.
I wonder why that is. And if you didn't already think that this dude was a piece of shit, here we go. Trump's defense secretary pick Pete Hegseth said to face previous sexual misconduct allegation.
New stuff. Didn't this just come out like more today?
Yeah, more stuff just came out. I just saw something that was published 4 hours ago that I might pull up before we end today's episode. Donald Trump's transition team scrambled Thursday after Trump's incoming chief of staff, Susie Wiles, was presented with an allegation that former Fox and Friends co-host Pete Hegseth, Trump's nominee for defense secretary, had engaged in sexual misconduct. According to two sources, Wiles was briefed Wednesday about an allegation that Hegseth had acted inappropriately with a woman. One of the sources alleged the incident took place in Monterey, California, 2017. According to the transition source, the allegation is serious enough that Wiles and Trump's lawyer spoke to Hegseth about it on Thursday. Ooh, they brought him in. Got to talk to you, Pete. Got to let you know it's not good, not looking good, Pete. A source with knowledge of the meeting said that Hegseth said the allegations stem from a consensual encounter and characterized the episode as he said, she said. Yeah, it was completely consensual. On Thursday evening, Hegseth's lawyer, Timothy Peltor, this allegation was already investigated by Monterey Police Department. They found no evidence for it. They also didn't find evidence for Matt Gaetz for whatever reason, and then the report came out later on that the girl went in front of, what was it, the ethics committee? It was like, yeah, I was 17 and Matt Gaetz and I had sexual relations.
Yep.
So it's just interesting how that always works out. Just like it's always interesting whenever the police department has to investigate itself. They're like, okay, we conducted the investigation. We didn't find any wrongdoing. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Trump's communications director, Stephen Chang, said President Trump was nominating high caliber and extremely qualified candidates to serve in his administration. Shit. Mr. Hegseth had vigorously denied any and all accusation. No charges were filed. Look forward to blah, 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 blah. Ahead of the Thursday meeting, one high-level MAGA member familiar with the allegations said Hegseth wasn't properly scrutinized before Trump made the controversial pick. He wasn't vetted. Oh, and that's another thing, too, that we're going to have to talk about at some point. The entire Trump cabinet team has denied the mandatory FBI background checks that are done to vet people. They're denying them. They're not allowing them to happen. They're not allowing any vetting to happen whatsoever. And
Holy
basically
shit.
what you're going to see is a lot of people that are going on mainstream media, whether it be liberals or conservatives, they're going to try to spin it like, oh, these are just his picks. Congress still has to decide for a lot of these people. And the thing is like, if you think for one moment people are not going to bow down to what the fuck he wants, and what I mean by he is Trump, then you're stupid and you haven't been paying attention to anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I do kind of
let's
have hope of the committee hearings and seeing if they pass, though. I do have hope that maybe some people might be a little bit smart and be like, nah,
Yeah.
but it's not like Trump's second pick is going to be any better.
Do I need to remind you of Roy Moore, Do I need to remind you of the committee hearings or the Supreme Court hearings
No.
and what good those did?
No.
Like, by all means have hope, but also understand that, like, how things ended up last time that
Yeah.
shit was used.
Yeah.
Trump shocked the political and military worlds on November 12th when he nominated Hegseth to oversee the Pentagon. Hegseth likely already faces a bumpy road to Senate confirmation. Excuse me. 44-year-old cable news personality and Army veteran has a history of making incendiary statements. Hegseth once called liberals domestic enemies who want trans, lesbian, black females to run everything. In
He did.
2018, he was a potential appointee to run with the Department of Veterans Affairs. It was reported that he began having an affair and had a child with a Fox producer while still married to his second wife. He later married the producer.
Alrighty.
One Hegseth ally blamed the surfacing of the sexual misconduct and allegation on GOP establishment members who are trying to thwart his nomination. Yeah, it's rhinos who are just jelly.
Yep. Oh. See, this is his story. He's saying this stuff. Remember, the government and the military is not releasing why he got released. It's just him saying his side of the story.
Yeah, this is him dry snitching on himself because
Yeah.
that's how stupid and entitled a lot of these like Christo nationalists are because they understand that ultimately the institutions and the system is built to like cater to them. So when it doesn't, and when they actually get ostracized or get held accountable, they freak the fuck out.
Deemed an extremist because of a tattoo by my National Guard unit in Washington, D.C. And my orders were revoked to guard the Biden inauguration. Jerusalem cross tattoo, which is just a Christian symbol.
Is that the
This is the one.
Is that the tattoo?
Yep, right here. This one.
Just a Christian symbol, by the way. He said
a
just a
Christian
Christian
symbol.
symbol. We literally just got done reading about how it's been used and co-opted, specifically anything having to do with the Crusades and Templars by far-right movements. But yeah, it's just a Christian thing, dude. It's all religion.
Right.
One is what got me disinvited. I'd never had orders revoked before. I mean, listen, it's a standard.
Yo, you know who else uses religion as a shield, as a means of justification to carry out atrocities? It's a hot button word right now on Twitch, Zionist.
Yep.
Deal. You remember after January 6th, everyone was in Washington, D.C. Like Nancy Pelosi had the parking garages full of National Guardsmen. My commander called me a day before tepidly and was like, Major, you can just stand down. We don't need you. We're good. I'm like, what do you mean? Everybody's there. He's like, no, he couldn't tell me. When I was writing the book, I reached out to somebody in the unit who could confirm with 99.9% certainty because he was in the meetings and on the emails. Nope, someone inside the DC Guard trolled your social media, found a tattoo, used it as an excuse to call you a white nationalist, an extremist, and you were specifically by name orders revoked to guard the inauguration because you were considered a potential threat.
And this is also one of the main reasons why you see conservatives hate the idea of whistleblowers, because they don't like transparency and they hate when things like that happen.
How is that? It's a cross.
How is that? It's a cross. Yeah, dude. Fucking let's not look at anything that came after. Let's just look at people are so fucking stupid.
Yep.
Okay, so this person get it. That's just not any cross. It's a symbol associated with Deuce Fault, God wills it, which is a symbol of the First Crusade. In recent years, have been adopted. Insurrections January 6th. Okay, so that person's like fucking actually somewhat, coherent.
Right. This guy's running around with the Crusade cross, tattoos, all these white nationalist cross, about to get more in the military, about to be a guard and being a military person for the inauguration of Donald fucking Trump. And he blasts these tattoos all over his social media. And when somebody sees it in the military and says this guy could be a problem for Donald Trump inauguration, could be a threat to shit happening, they tell him to stand down, and he's like, I'm too extreme for the military.
No, it's for Biden. It wasn't for Trump. It was for
Oh,
Biden.
okay, for Biden. Well, even more scary.
But I think on that note, we fucking kicked today's ass. That was a good episode. I really enjoyed it.
I agree.
Thank you to everybody who's been hanging out, all the lurkers, everybody who's been part of this process. It's been a lot of fun.
Yep.
Tomorrow, I'm not sure exactly what time football is going to be going on tomorrow. So sometime after the football game, We're going to be doing an episode talking about immigration, its impact, some of the rhetoric behind it, some of the history behind it. We're going to be having a special guest popping on to give a little bit of more context to it. It's going to be a lot of fun, so I can't wait. But yeah,
Yeah.
on that note, love, peace, chicken.